A moment of silent prayer. Amen. If you would you join me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And at this time, we will have our new clerk to the board sworn in. I'll turn it over to you.
I, Carla Smith,
I, Carla Smith,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will support and maintain
that I will support and maintain
the constitutions and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of North Carolina,
and the Constitution and laws of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith,
not inconsistent therewith,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office
as the clerk to the Caswell County Board of Commissioners.
as the clerk to the Caswell County Board of Commissioners.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you and welcome. At this time, gentlemen, I need a motion to enter into a hearing at the Caswell County Board of Equalization and Review. So moved. We have a motion, a second. All, any discussion, question? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We now sit in the hearing of the Caswell County Board of Equalization and Review, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Miller.
Most on the rules.
And before we go any further, because I almost forgot, we will need to swear in anyone who will be a witness in these cases today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The easiest way to do that perhaps is as a taxpayer comes forward or a representative comes forward and presents their case, we can swear them in as they come up to testify.
Thank you.
This is the handout that's coming around. I think we have two cases this morning. The first case will be Mr. Thomas Wright, and then we may have some logistics concerning witnesses for the second case, and we'll deal with that at that time. Okay.
Gentlemen, Mr. Wright turned in an appeal form, but he did not fill it out, so we do not know exactly what he's appealing, but the burden is on the taxpayer, so we'll turn it over to him.
And just for the record, Mr. Bernard, why don't you go ahead and be sworn in? The clerk will swear you in case you ask questions and you can provide testimony today.
I do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support
I will support
and maintain the
and
Constitution
maintain the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
and laws of North Carolina,
and laws of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith,
not inconsistent therewith,
and I will faithfully discharge
and will faithfully discharge
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
as a member
as a member,
of the Caswell County
as a member of the Caswell County
Board of Equalization and Review,
Board of Equalization and Review,
and that I will not allow
and will not allow
my actions as a member
my actions as a member
of the Board of Equalization and Review to be influenced
to be influenced
by personal or political
by personal or political
friendships or obligations.
friendship or obligations.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tax Director, you do have a unique set of duties as the director, but I'm going to swear you in just briefly as the witness this morning. And so if you will go back and put your right hand on the Bible and raise your left hand and say the testimony you're about to give to the Board of Equalization Review is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Testimony I'm about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Very much. All right, and if you will, just go ahead and introduce the appeal by the taxpayer's name, and then just identify the properties we're going to hear about this morning.
The taxpayer is Mr. Thomas Wright, who lives at 559 George Russell Road, Yanceyville, North Carolina. The properties he's got here, if you'll, the maps I handed out, they're highlighted in yellow. It's, we'll start at the top. It's tax map 0086, 026. The other one is 0086, 060. The other one is 0086, 061. And the other one, the last one is 0086, 027. Thank you.
Mr. Wright, you come forward.
The clerk's going to offer Mr. Wright the order of there.
Put your left hand on the Bible and your right hand on it. Okay.
Mr. Wright, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, and your testimony to the Board of Equalization Review.
Okay, Mr. Wright, you may proceed.
Well, now this is the same board that I done brought the same thing to you. You got one new member here that ain't heard it. And the only way I'm gonna explain it to you is go back to the beginning. I done showed you these papers. You know what I'm talking about. Now,
I can't hear you.
you can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Little bit.
Can you hear me now? I want you to hear me because I done told you this one. Maybe you didn't hear me the other time. Thomas Bernard have double taxed me on property on 8626 for over 10 years. For around, from 2004 until now. And he's dealing with time because I ain't turning in time enough. I can't deal with lies. When I go to him and ask him a question and he lied to me, then I'm taking it as it's true. But then when I go check it, it ain't nothing but lie. Ain't nothing but lie. Now, you can look at the map. I got 5 trailers on my property. But the Bernard, it's got 6 on it. I go to him and ask him, I want the property card for 8626. He give me a property card. He leaves out one of the trailers. I want to see the property card for 8626. Now, I got one here. I want to know how come he keep giving me one, leaving this out. It's a mobile home on there. It's 579 George Russell Road. It's been on there ever since 2004. And he charged me for it on 8626 and 8627. That's a lot. That's where I got my house at. And he's been charging me for that for over 50 years, ever since 2004. And won't admit to he's doing it. Now, I just don't understand. I don't care down Raleigh. He done wrote a letter down there. He wrote me a letter and told me that them people down there in Raleigh had done already made a decision about this case. Now, when I asked him about it, who told him that? Ain't nobody down there in Raleigh telling me nothing about that. Ain't nobody down there said that. He came here and told y'all no kind of information about, he got no information from Raleigh about they had done, set my valuation at, $55,000, $155,000. Now, he gonna have to get the paperwork right. Cause we ain't gonna stop, we're gonna keep on going until they do this stuff. And he's gonna bring a whole lot of people into this because this board agreed to $155,000. Then when I get down there in Raleigh, it done got down to $132,000. Now, for this board of equalization, I come in and gave y'all the same information that I'm giving you now. And you said that it stays like it is, no change. But before we get to Raleigh, when I file this appeal down to Raleigh, before we get there, it done got down to $132,000. And now I'm back before the same board. It's just one member different that ain't heard the whole story. Just one member different. It's a whole lot of little twists and turns going on here in this tax office. I got a whole lot of information right here about Mr. Bernard, about how he handling the tax office. You cannot take a person's money and then get the paperwork right later. Now, I want him to explain about the letter that he sent me and the appeal, the property card on 8626. Why he put a mobile home in the junk. He said I had one in the bush. And it's never in the bush, but when I go to him and ask him for the property card, he don't even put that on there. But he took it off of 8627. Took it off in 2017, a little bit before I got down the road. He took it off. Now, I want to know, did he explain to them people down there what he done? Because I couldn't raise no question about 8626 when I get in now, and then he done took it off. But he took it off after I made the appeal to Rock. That right there was already done. This board here had done already decided that they weren't gonna make no changes on my appeal. Then when I appealed to Robert, he go to making changes. You get down now, you go tell him about what you got, and then it's already been changed. But this mobile home where he put in the bushes, he gonna have to get it out and get it off of my property. He gonna get off of my property and he gonna explain why he didn't. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to go somewhere another here because y'all don't put people in jail for lying. This man have lied. He have lied to you. And he have lied to those people, all them people down there in Raleigh, because nobody never told him that. And Mr. Farrell, he got down there in Raleigh and told them people not to read that letter that Thomas Bernard sent me. Now, it got to be something about the letter. Do let everybody read it. Everybody gets the letter. You can't be sending letters out to people and telling them there's a fire over there, there ain't no fire over there. But if you don't read the letter, you ain't gonna know. That's all I got to say for you. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. If you don't get it all, and if you don't get this straightened out, I'm gonna carry it forward. Because that letter that you sent me, I'm gonna give it to somebody that can do something with it.
Any questions the board would like to ask Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that this is, you're appealing that there is a trail on the property, on, 8626.
26. Yeah.
That should not be on there, correct?
Shouldn't be on that. Ain't never been on that property.
Okay. All right.
It's 6 trailers on my property, 8626 and 8627. and never have been no more than 5.
Mr. Wright.
Yeah, we have another question, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright,
Yes.
could you point out on this where your 5 trailers are, you see? I'd like to get your version of where they're at versus what the tax office is actually on.
I got a map here with me. That map should have the same thing. I can show it to you on that map or on the map that I got.
I'd like to see that.
Can I come up on?
Yes, sir.
That's one again, like that one over like that. Five, 15. All of those home, and the one on the Broadway store, that one like that. This is the road. The house that I live in, this is 579, and this is about property. This is on the farm, on the past farm. And it's been there ever since 2012. But they had it over here on this track. It's been listed on this one right here. And it had 5 mobile homes.
But just for clarity, it's hard to pick up the conversation. I'm hopeful that Mr. Wright is working on some evidence with Mr. Dickerson that then can be presented to the full board to help his understanding his.
I hope so. I really hope so, because I've been giving you this information, and you twisting it around, you ain't trying to understand what I'm trying to tell you. Ain't but 5 mobile homes there. Now, why is 6 on the property left?
We're going to do our best. I know the board's going to do its best to sort that out today. We have had a number of appeals over the years with Mr. Wright, and we certainly want tax office is committed to trying to do it right.
And that's 668.
So then your 5.
That's my 5.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now he got one on my property card on his phone, that one in the bushes somewhere.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mr. Wright?
And if we could, if Commissioner Dickerson maybe could just relay a little bit of what the response was there, right?
What I was trying to determine is Mr. Wright's 5 trailers that he says are in question. And if I'm breaking this down, he said he got 5, the tax office says there are 6. Now what I'd like is for Mr. Bernard to show me where the 6 are on his property card, and I'll be pretty simple to figure out what's going on with that.
We don't have 6 on the
That's what I was gonna ask you to do. Will you go over this particular,
map.
property card and tell me what's listed on that property?
And Ms. Bernard, will do it at the microphone so we can, the record can pick you
The
up.
property map, property card that he given us in the packet.
So just for the record, there, in the packet of information that you have is a property record card for, parcel 8626. Is that right, Mr. Bernard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just go through that and talk about the mobile homes on there?
All right, we do not have any mobile homes on this property card. These mobile homes are listed as personal property. We've got 3 home sites on there. Property cards are listed as personal property. Renee has got those
I got where he signed off on.
And, so we do not have.
Mr. Bernard, can you speak into the microphone?
We do not have any property card, any mobile homes on this property card. What I can show you on the map is the addresses of where the mobile homes, is 5 located on the map. And I think we got, how many we haven't taxed that?
We only brought this one where it shows where it was unknown, and he signed off on it,
But the other,
saying that he would,
but the other mobile homes, he's got 3.
yeah.
I think his other mobile homes, he's got at 3. He signed off on this one, on 2820. He wanted to see what the value on the mobile home was, and it was, which is, $800. And so he wanted us to put it in his name.
Mr. Bernard, can you explain the difference between the personal property and the real property, and why you say that we don't have any trailers on the tax card? But why do you say that?
Because we don't have them taxed as real property. Real property would be taxed as, Plymouth Foundation with tongue and axles, that's why they're taxed it.
How many are you taxing for? How many are on there?
I think now it's 4, because one of them has no value.
So I'm a little confused. This gentleman says that you're taxing for 6 and you only have 5.
But, and what he's doing, he's appealing to the 2021 value. What is in 2021? We never go back. When you do the appeals, it's always to the 2021 value. But he's got being taxed for 4 mobile homes, and they're listed as personal property.
I got a question for Mr. Bernard. I want you to tell you.
If you would come up and state your question for the mic, please. If we want to hear it.
I got a property card, 8626, and it's got a mobile home in the
What year is that?
2018.
2018, I think that was corrected in the last appeal and everything we did, that the reval put it on the wrong parcel.
So that item is taken off
Take it off,
and placed in the right.
right.
I want to show you this one right here. This property card, 8626. That mobile home within one. Long-term tax collection system, so I don't go down there and listen now, and he don't put down on now unless he tell me about it. Now, this right here, I asked for a property card for it. I don't never get this right here. Now, why is this on this one?
Understanding that this being 2018 or only given 2021.
Yeah, but this right here is on 2021 because we on a permanent listing system. So this is how it changed.
Mr. Bernard just said that 4 homes was all they were taxing for.
Now they're taxing more for 5 right here. And that's what we're taxing. Got 5 more homes right there. Got one right here, one right there, and 3. 5. That one.
Mr. Wright, that is a 2018 property, or correct?
Yeah, that's 2018 property.
What he's saying is that it's carried over into 2021 and it's taxed by that, but the tax, office official just said it's only taxing on 4, so there's a misunderstanding somewhere here that's creating.
You're taxing all 5, all 5 of them right here being taxed. Total up, it come to this right here. All 5 of these is being taxed. It's taxed because it's sitting on the land. Charges me, he valued the one $14,000. Each one of them valued $14,000. unless in the well or septic tank, something like that, off. If the well or septic tank off, that's when he go to do the pipe, but he charged me for 5 years.
Sir, you have the 2021 card that shows this right now.
No, I don't have the card. I asked for it, but it don't show this. It don't show this on there. This was put online in 2018. Probably 2017, for all the changes were made in 2017 at the meeting that before we got down the road. But the 5 mobile homes, he charged me for. The 6th one, he put it in the Lucian because he took it off of 86, 27. He took the one off behind my house. I didn't lose no mobile home. That mobile home right there, the 579, 79 when I started, ain't nothing been moved. And this in the woods, that come from 8627, because 8627, he ain't got no mobile home on it no more. He don't move it. Moved it.
My confusion in this is coming from, you're showing me 2018 and it's got these listed, but on 2021,
It's
they
got-
say that they're only charging you for 4.
Yeah, it's got that listed on 2020, 2020. I don't think I got one 2020. It's got that listed. That same listing right here. Yes, it's got that. Only thing different in it, it ain't got that. It's done disappeared somewhere, but it's not on the sheet like that.
Mr. Bernard, would you do this for me?
Yes, sir.
Property card. If you, the 2021 property card that you've given us, would you explain what each of those items are?
All right, we're gonna start,
And the property in question is 8626, so that's
okay,
the one that,
we got, we'll start on the first page there. We got a bulk barn at $325 value. We have a shelter, $135 value. We had a frame storage at $960 value. We have another shelter at a $480 value. Then we have a metal Quonset style metal storage building at $3,000 value. And we have another small storage building at $48 value. You want to go through the landlines?
yes, I think that's probably the one we're,
Okay, we got one house site that's at $14,000 value. We got one house site, no utility, at $8,250. Then we got 3 house sites, with utilities. They are valued at $9,800 apiece, with a total of $29,400.
so let me stop there and ask you this on these house home sites. How many of these are mobile homes?
I think that all of this are mobile homes.
And this
But
is
there's
section-
one mobile home that's sitting across the road that has no utilities.
So that is 5 that's listed on this personal property, correct?
Home sites, yes. Home sites. All right. Then we have, 1.78 acres, valued at $2,848. We got 51.31 acres, valued at $61,572. And the next item you'll see is, 51.31 acres. That's in the use value program, so it's paying on that value right there, the $12,827. You got another 11.55 acres at $1,000 acre, $11,550, paying on a use value of $2,800. 77. That's everything on that card.
Questions? For Mr. Bernard while he's up?
I have some,
Hold on just a minute.
So are there any trailers on this property card?
No, sir.
Wait 1 second. I want to make sure that you got your question answered. Did you ask if there are any trailers on there or any trailers being taxed on the car? Because there are trailers on the site, but they're taxed.
They're just not,
property.
they're not taxed, they're not listed on the property card.
Thank you, that's very good.
So there are trailers physically on the property because they're considered personal.
Right.
They're not taxed on the real property tax card, the tax bill. They're taxed separately as personal property.
How many trailers?
excuse me.
And so the question to you is, how many trailers taxed as personality are there on this parcel, physically looking?
Four taxed on there. One is to, 3 of them in his name, and one of them is to an Essie Goodman heirs, where, when we went out there, I think he said his grandson lived in, or some family member lived in, and that's still in Essie Goodman, it's not Renee.
Could you repeat that? How many? 3 plus 1?
3 is in Mr. Wright's name, and there's another one in the name of Essie Goodman heirs. But I think he has a relative, he was living last time we checked.
And thank you for clarifying.
All right, Mr. Wright. You have some questions?
Yes, I got a question for him.
All right, come on up.
We got 5 trailers here that I'm being taxed on. I'm not questioning him with owning the trailer, who personal property, the trailer belong to. They sitting on my property, so I'm being taxed for them being sitting out as homicide. And I'm taxed with 5 mobile homes on homicide and 1 in the woods. Now, I'm quite sure he can show you the one in the wood, because he ain't showed it to me no more. When I go down asking for 2020 tax card, he don't put this on there. But it's in now because it got the same value at the top. It's the same thing now it was in 2017. So it's on now. He just ain't putting it out on now. He moved it from 8627. If you look at the card, 8627 had a mobile home on that side. He had me taxed for a mobile home. I got that. And he moved it in 2017, he moved it to 8626. He moved that mobile home while we were going through this down yonder in Raleigh. He moved it from 8627 to 8626. Now he done put it in the woods. It never was on 8626. It was on 8627. But now he done stacked it over in the wood and got, and it's affecting my foster program. The land use program, because he's saying it's cars and junk mobile homes in it. Now, where is the junk mobile homes at? It's on this card here. It ain't been no more listed. Same thing now was 2018. I got the same thing 2020, 2021, same thing, nothing been moved. Now, where is it at? It's the same thing what's going on about that letter that he wrote me and told me that the board of equalization down in Raleigh had done already made a decision before we got in it. Mr. Pereira come up with a letter for me to sign. I signed it because if they done already made their decision, why not sign? But if that letter, what Mr. Bernard sent me, if he hadn't sent me a letter like that telling me that them people down there had done already made their decision, I would have never signed no letter saying that I agree with it. I ain't seen nothing about no trailer in the woods. He ain't showed me nothing about no trailer in the woods because I would have brought it up. Hey, now he still ain't showing, but he got it right here. He got it right here, and it came up in 2017. It's no problem for to figure it out. It's no problem for to figure it out. The man is alive.
Ms. Tom, Mr. Wright. So what specifically are you asking this board to do?
I'm asking this board get me some confirmation on that letter that he wrote. Because if he write a letter, he already done told you that the first meeting that we had, the information he gave you, you denied my request. Before we got to Raleigh, he had done come down from $155,000 to $132,000. But before we got down now, he wrote me that letter and told me that they hadn't got in contact with him and that $132,000 for what it was. So when I get down now, then I'm looking at, they already done told me that Mr. Bernard ain't got no business in no tax office. He should have been fired when I brought you the letter to start with. He should have fired, because he lied to me.
All right, thank you. What further information does this board need?
I'd like to know what we're being asked to do. I quite frankly didn't understand what the action being called for.
So this is really not, my problem is, are you asking us to reduce the value of your property or just confirmation of the letter?
I'm asking you to look into what this man's done. Now, he just said he didn't understand what I'm talking about. I understand it good. I've been looking at it for the last 10 years, 10 to 15 years. It's no problem for to understand 5 and 6 mobile homes. It's no problem for the count to 6. But you cannot solve it if you ain't got the information. The information is right here. I told you we own a permanent tax listing system on the real property. What he got here for 2018 is on now for 2020. Because the figure is the same. He just didn't put it on the paper. He didn't put it on the paper that he showed you, but it's on the paper. That's what he turns in down now to the revenue service. That's what they got. They got this mobile home in the woods. So it's explained to them.
And my understanding is, so, Mr. Wright, that the trailers are not listed on your property card as far as real property.
That's correct.
They are listed as personal property, and that's where they are taxed.
Correct.
And you're saying that they're only taxing 4 on the personal property card, is that correct?
Personal property, that's correct. 3 under Mr. Wright's name, 1 under S.E. Goodman heirs' name.
If it ain't there, you can't tax nobody. It's not there. It's not there.
Any further questions? How would the board like to proceed with this? Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bernard, did we not meet one time about, besides in the ENR, did we not talk about this one time?
Yes,
The
sir.
board and you,
Yes, sir. Several years ago.
maybe we need to, does the board feel like we need to do that again? We need to,
I don't know, it seems like we go through this every year with him. Can't never be satisfied.
you know, if not asking for reduction of value, then I think his request is something that needs to be handled at the time other than the ENR. Yes, sir, Commissioner Hall.
Mr. Chairman, I'm also a little confused. think that the fact that personal property is taxed differently in a different place than real property, I would like to see the number for the last 3 or 4 years. How many trailers were taxed as personal property, and how many sites were taxed, and at what value? Because the numbers won't jive until you look at them separately, at least in my opinion. And then this letter that Mr. Wright keeps speaking of. Maybe we saw it before, I don't remember, but I certainly would like to see this letter. Now, what is the controversy about the letter?
Okay. I think we saw it, but if I'm not mistaken, but
Right, and just to clarify, I think that's fine, and I think the tax director should give you whatever information you want as a board to review. And the letter he's talking about was related to the appeal that was made to the Property Tax Commission in Raleigh, and I made an objection there that it was irrelevant, and because I thought that it was. But certainly, you should have whatever information, including the letter, that you think is important for making your decision. And so what I heard you say that you wanted was about 3 years of history, property tax art history for the sites. I just want to make sure and Mr. Bernard knows what he's to bring back.
what's listed as real property, what's listed as personal.
And there has been some change in that. I mean, we have gone through this exercise of the tax, including going a trip to the Property Tax Commission in Raleigh to try to sort this out. So 3 years of property tax card history, including the personal property tax history on each mobile home, perhaps would be helpful. And the letter that you wrote to Mr. Wright, I believe it was 1 or 2 appeals ago. I can't remember. You know,
I can't remember what year.
But you remember what
Yes.
he's talking about?
We'll have our tax record, get that information to us and probably present it to the board at some time.
Can you, just for the sake of making sure that Mr. Wright knows when the next hearing in this matter will occur, or continued hearing, can we do that at the next meeting in June, Mr. Manager? Absolutely. So that would be
21st.
6:30, Mr. Wright, 6:30, June 21st, back in this room for the continued hearing on your case, okay?
Yeah. Now, I would like for you to go back to 2017. You get the tax record, get Mr. Bernard give you the tax record. 2017 for 8626 and 8627. Then you get the tax record for those years, because that's when he went to making the switch.
Okay, the cards for property identified as 8626 and 8627, adjoining parcels. You have that, Mr. Bernard, for the last 3 years. And keep in mind, the history may help, the board understand the history, but by law, the only thing the taxpayer can appeal is the current valuation. Now, it may be helpful to understand history, but that's the only thing the board has the ability to evaluate in this year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wright. We'll resume this at our next regular meeting.
I would like for the next meeting to have a written statement of what's being requested.
Right, so Mr. Wright, do you understand what Commissioner's asking for you?
I understand what he asking for. Now, I'm gonna tell you what he asked for. He asked for me to go and get an attorney to type this thing up, because I'm telling you, I can tell you better than I can write. Now, if you can't understand what I'm saying, what I write, you ain't gonna be able to understand, because you ain't understood the letter.
And I don't want to
Understood the letter that he wrote.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but this board is limited to equalizing values, adjusting property value.
I'm not trying to adjust property value. I'm trying to get my tax record straight.
Right, and that might mean reducing your tax bill because something's not quite right. So I think what he's asking is for an explanation of what amounts would would you like removed or adjusted so that they may be able to act on your request?
Can't adjust nothing that ain't there. I'm telling you, it ain't but 5 more on there. It's 6.
Okay, so we'll just meet back in, as a board of county commissioners, and resolve this issue. Because this is not a item for the Board of Equalization review.
Well, you've got to resolve it one way or another. Eventually, the board is going to need to either uphold the current values, make some adjustment in granting the appeal, or you're pretty limited in what you can do. You either uphold the tax value, which is presumed correct, unless there's substantial material competent evidence to the contrary, or you make the adjustment.
Well, I assume by his comments, he's not upset with the value.
I think, and let me interrupt here for a second. I think this is boiling down to a miscommunication or misunderstanding of the total number of trailers in question. Mr. Bernard, when you get the information together, could you put that personal property listed where you're showing that there are only 4 trailers that have been taxed for? The gentleman thinks he's being taxed for more than that, and he's got documents stating it in prior years. And I understand we're only dealing with 2021, but if you could show us the 2021 where you're only taxing for 4, I think that would simplify this whole thing.
Yes, sir.
Right. So we'll be back on the 21st. All right, thank you, Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
Mr. Bernard.
The next bill, Epic Casual.
Okay, Mr. Bernard, I guess if you would carry us through this.
Okay. Epic Casual filed for a property tax exemption, exclusion. They are a 501c, I believe. They filed under GS 105-278-7. There's other charitable, educational, et cetera. And it's a public park. That's what he denoted. No other organization. There's no income from the property, derived from the property, anything of that nature. The second page is a letter that I sent to Mr. Hall denying the exemption. And then highlighted in yellow is the statute that he filed under 105-278-7. For real personal property use for educational, scientific, literary, and charitable purposes. What that consists of is buildings, the land that they actually occupy and any land adjacent to it for use of the building. In other words, where Epic Caswell would do their operations out of, the the 501c would operate out of. On the back page, you'll see a map, next to the back page, you'll see a map. And all that's there is just is a basketball court. And then the property card. But, I conferred with the Department of Revenue and, looked at this, and it is the buildings and the land that they occupy for that statute. So that is the reason there's no buildings on that piece of property.
That's the building where Little's well station used to be.
They're right beside of it, that lot right there. Where Little's service station used to be, it's like a basketball court there. Yeah, yes, sir. Okay?
Any questions before we leave? Any questions from Mr. Bernard before we leave? Okay.
So has it been taxed in the past?
It's been taxed as, real property for the property card. It's being taxed as a lot in this town of Yanceville, for a value of $15,170. Any other questions?
And the exemption was denied simply because of the statute that reads it has to have a building on it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Paul? Be sworn in.
I just told you to come forward, and if you'll, put your hand on the Bible, raise your left hand and repeat after, well, you can just affirm after me. I swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God in this matter of the property tax hearing.
I do.
If you will just state your name and your affiliation with the taxpayer.
My name is Nate Hall. I am chairman of the board of directors of Epic Caswell, Inc. And before we proceed, let the record reflect that I will not be involved in any further discussions on this issue other than questions that you might ask me today. Epic Caswell received a small park from another organization about 2 or 3 years ago. And Mr. Bernard didn't exactly explain what's out there. It is a basketball court, but there are also some children's playground equipment, a picnic bench, and a grill. We applied, and as Mr. Bernard stated, he sent us a letter with the denial. I won't read it all, but because I'll be coming back to some of it, I will read a portion of it. In conferring with NC Department of Revenue Property Tax Division, it was determined that property does not meet General Statute 105-278.7A that states buildings and the land they actually occupy and additional adjacent land necessary for the convenient use of any such building shall be exempted from taxation. The interpretation that Mr. Bernard and the tax department, NCDOR, used was because the general statute starts by saying the buildings, the land they actually occupy, and additional adjacent land, et cetera, suggests that a building is required. Now, I talked with the folks at NCDOR. And I'll read a part of the general statute. Wholly and exclusively of the property should be used wholly and exclusively as owner for nonprofit, educational, scientific, literary, or charitable purposes as defined. Further down in section C, it says, the following agencies, when the other requirements of this section are met, may obtain property tax exemption under this section. And the first one noted is a charitable association. Now, if you go into I'm reading this from the general statute. Section E of the general statute states, the fact that a building or facility is incidentally available to and patronized by the general public, so long as there's no material amount of business or patronage with the general public, shall not defeat the exemption granted by this section. So that says to me, they recognize if there is an opposite side to this. This suggested to me that a building is not necessary. And that was the interpretation that I've taken. Now, in talking with NCDOR, they advised me that they did in fact, talk with Mr. Bernard and agreed with the position that he took. Then as I talked with them further and investigated some things, the NCDOR representative acknowledged that the statute was not as specific as it probably should be. And so what they do, and when they advise other tax departments, they just try to be consistent. Now, you know, if you're wrong and consistently wrong, to me, you know, I have a problem with that. Now, one of the things, and this is what they told me before I found out, these cases go before the local boards of E&R. Then they go to the commission in Raleigh. Then you can appeal on up to the appeals court. Now, there was an example of one case that was appealed up to the appeals court. And the appeals court held that even though there was no building on the property, that they were granted property tax exemption. Now, I suspect and read through this, there was a little more than the actual interpretation of the general statute, because this case involved Grandfather Mountain, and the annual taxes that the county was losing was about $50,000 a year. So I'm sure some other things came into play, but the appeals court granted it. Didn't grant it, they denied it, so that they would have to pay those big taxes. Another example was a local church that had a garden, community garden type, that grew food and they gave it to the community. The local tax director and the local board denied the tax exempt status. It went up to the Raleigh, NCDOR, and they approved it. And their rationale was they thought it was a very good charitable thing that the church was doing. And so they gave them the exemption. Again, in talking with DOR, they recognized that it's not clear. And if you read the statute closely, to me, items A and C are kind of contradictory. One, it starts off with buildings and land. Well, that's not contradictory, because item A does not say And nowhere in the statute does it say that you must have a building on the land. It doesn't say that anywhere. It's just a position that DOR and Raleigh has taken. And again, they told me that they kind of take that position just to be consistent. So my point and my position is that it is not clear and that this board can make a distinction or make a decision based on what you read in the general statutes and how you feel about what's there and determine whether this property should be tax exempt or not. Again, it's a small park, it serves the community, has basketball, goals, children playground equipment, picnic bench, and a grill. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Paul? Okay, thank you, Ms. Paul. I have a couple of questions for Tax Director. Do we have any nonprofits now that are exempted completely? That you know of?
Just right off the top of my head, you know, I can't think of any. We have a lot of nonprofits that do pay property taxes, but, you know, for whatever facilities they run and everything of that nature. But just right off the top of my head, you know, I'd have to look and see.
Yes, sir.
Up in Cashville, we had some property, I believe, in solar, was that tax, was anybody paying tax on it?
The county,
A park there, they, in fact, all through the county. They had some park, very recently. Was they taxed?
I think that piece of property is taxable.
It was?
I think so, but what name is it in?
I don't know, the county just went through years ago.
What is it? Is it in the county's name?
It's Catholic County, but I don't think it's tax.
It's in the county. No, that's a government entity.
We recently sold this county, what Mr. Jeffrey's talking about, county park up at Cass.
If it was a county,
I don't think it was taxed.
yeah, if it's in the county's name, it's not taxed. It's a government entity.
Any other questions?
I have something I'd like to say, this ballpark down there in the playground, Snowbill's, it's nonprofit. I think it's a good thing for the community. Reading what you just listed, it said personal property shall be exempted from taxation if wholly owned by agency, used only for nonprofit educational purpose. And it appears to me that the lot and the land with the playground and the basketball courts is used for nonprofit purpose. So I would think he would need exemption on the taxes.
Mr. Bernard, can you clarify, I heard there was some equipment, is there any tax on the equipment?
No, sir.
No, okay, so
We don't tax playground equipment.
you're not taxing any of the equipment, are you taxing anything located on the real property, any personal property tax associated with it?
Any Commissioner Bishop?
This question would be for the county attorney. What we're having here is two interpretations of what the law says. You, as a county attorney, the fact that there is no building on the property stop us from exempting it from being taxed.
A plain reading analysis of the statute, in my view, clearly requires there be a building and land attached to the building that's used exclusively for the nonprofit educational purpose is what gets you the benefit of being taxed. In this case, a strict reading of the statute, I believe, because it requires there to be a building on a plain reading, leads to a denial of this appeal on that basis. The counter argument is that's a flawed statutory reading, right? That really a building is not required. So those are the two arguments. You know, my reading of the statute is similar to what you've heard from the tax record. But that's the issue that you have in front of you, and it's your job to read the statute, hear the arguments, and make a decision about whether or not the exemption applies. I do think it's important to carefully read the statute, because that's what this case is about. It's about statutory interpretation, and your interpretation, not mine, not the Department of Revenue at this point. The appeal is before you. It's your interpretation of that statute. You've heard a little bit about how Mr. Carter sees that. So I would encourage you to read through 105-278.7, see how the statute flows in its subparts, A, B, C, D, E, and F, and make a decision on that basis. I'm happy to read it. I'm happy to go through the statutory construct, the rules of construction of how the courts generally interpret statutes, if that's useful to you. But my reading of 105-278.7A clearly requires there to be a building as a threshold to get the real property exemption. Now that's distinguished from the personal property tax exemption in B, which doesn't require any building. It simply says personal property shall be exempted from taxation if wholly owned by an agency listed in subsection C below, and if wholly and exclusively used by the owner of the nonprofit or gratuitously made available to the public. So on that's why I asked the question I did about, is there any taxation of any equipment or personal property here? Because it seemed like that would probably qualify for the exemption. So you've got to break it out in my mind between the real property and the personal property as you make your analysis.
I don't think it's any real property, like you said, maybe some personal property, but it's no real property to be taxed. It's no building on the lot. It's non-profit. I was reading what you were saying, 105-278.7, under section 1 there and section 2, then
Right, and so if you look through the tax card, what you'll see is that there is a land value associated with it. So the only thing subject to taxation, there's no personality associated with it. The only thing on the tax card is a land value, right? A real property value, right? And so this exemption speaks to when real and personal property used for education, scientific, literary, or charitable purposes can be exempt from taxation, right? So it doesn't have an exemption for raw land used for charitable purposes, right? The exemption is for buildings, the land they actually occupy, and additional adjacent land necessary for the convenient use of any such building shall be exempted from taxation. I think that's the limitation, and what Commissioner Hall probably brought forward to you is the Department of Revenue and a reader of it says, well, okay, but what about just raw land? In this case, it's different, right? In this case, it's a basketball court, right? So yeah, there's no building. It's still used for charitable purposes, but there's no building because it's a basketball court. You don't have to have a building. And so the statute is limited, right, into creating an exemption for buildings and land it occupies and adjacent land that serve the building. And it just misses another category of property that perhaps should be exempted, but the statute doesn't cover the situation that's before you.
But this board can exempt it, huh?
Say it one more time.
This board can exempt it, huh?
You have to make the interpretation about whether or not you believe the exemption applies. That's your job. That's right.
Mr. Bernard. Yes, sir. Are there any other pieces of property in the tax base that a nonprofit has that does not have a building on that it has an exemption?
I would have to run some reports to see, the governmental entities, don't have taxes on it. Town, and this belongs to the town of Milton or the town of Yanceville or the county. You know, if there's a church that's using a tract for a parking lot or a cemetery, that's not taxed. As far as a 501c, using something like this, I'd have to run some reports. I don't think so.
So what I was going to suggest is we get that information. I would like to, and for the next meeting as well, any nonprofits, just like this one, that has exemptions or does not have exemptions. Because I think whatever we do, we need to be very consistent with what we've done in the past. If not, I think we're going to have the doors being knocked down by nonprofits. It's just fine. I mean, you know, it just takes it all.
And so the way the listing works for nonprofits is they have to affirmatively apply for the exemption, right? So my guess is the universe of applications that the tax office has is for only those nonprofits that have applied. There may be others that just haven't applied that may qualify or whatever, but so what he can bring to you is the current nonprofit exemptions, right? That they're getting, and you have to go through them every certain number of years, so there's.
Okay. That we'll carry this on until the June 21st. meeting. That's separate. Okay. Anything else on that? At this time, we would recess or adjourn.
Yep, you've continued your deliberations on these two items until your next meeting at 6:30. And so you've actually already adjourned for the year, except for the purposes of holding hearings. So the hearings are continued. Both of the parties have been notified. So I think we'll move on with your agenda as sitting as back as the Board of Commissioners.
All right, thank you. Get that information here. We'll get it on there. Due to the length of time that we've already tapped in, and we're going to take a quick, brief recess. This time, we're going to go into public comments, and just to make a note for everyone here and for future references, all public comments, regardless of whether they have been sent in by email, mailed in, those that are read, as well as those who speak today, will be held to 3 minute limit. We'll be as gracious as we can. So we'll proceed with our list of those who have signed up to make public comment. And this is Richard Lee.
License.
Sorry.
That's fine. I get a lot of different pronunciations. My name is Richard Leisner, and I'm here this morning to introduce you to Trillium Health Resources, LME-MCO. We are an LME-MCO covering 26 counties in eastern North Carolina. As you know, your LME-MCO Cardinal announced a merger with VIA last week. However, you also know that each county currently with Cardinal is ultimately responsible for making the decision about which LME-MCO they want to work with. We are hopeful that you and many of the counties that you work with will choose Trillium as your new partner. The Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Mandy Cohen and Deputy Secretary Dave Richard made it clear that this is the county's decision to make. Now, we know VIA is new to you, as is Trillium, but it is my hope that you will give us equal consideration and make sure that you understand all the details as you make that decision. Trillium hasn't contacted you until now because we were waiting for NCDHHS to let us know that it was okay for the LME-MCOs to reach out to you to make sure you are aware of the choices you have to make moving forward. We believe that Trillium's history of innovation, of going beyond just the basic services that all LME-MCOs are expected to deliver, make us an attractive choice. The choice you make is an important one, as the partner you choose will become your tailored plan and Medicaid in 2022, covering all the healthcare needs of your most high-need population. The choice you make to meet the needs of the people in Caswell County that have mental illness, addiction, and developmental disabilities makes a real difference in their lives, as you are ultimately deciding who will be their insurance company for the future. Making the wrong decisions can negatively impact the lives of your most vulnerable citizens in this county. And so this is not a decision that should be made for you by someone else. So why Trillium? Trillium is based in Greenville, North Carolina. We offer a wide array of services to address mental health, substance use, and developmental disabilities in all of our 26 rural counties. Unlike other LME-MCOs, Trillium has never had a county request to leave us. In fact, Nash County and Columbus County joined Trillium in 2018 and 2019 respectively, when they decided that Trillium could better meet the needs of their citizens. And so we are familiar with the process that you have to go through to disengage and re-engage with another LME-MCO, and handle it along with you along the way to ensure your citizens continue to get the services that they need. We will continue to work hand in hand with our DSSs and law enforcement, as well as school systems and other stakeholders, to address needs in all aspects of all the communities. We will continue fighting the opioid epidemic, and will work with you to save lives in this community by offering robust treatment options. Trillium will not ask the county for more money and only expects for the county to give what you have traditionally given as maintenance of effort to Cardinal. We will also tell you how, at every step of the way, we are spending the money in your county. As you consider Trillium to be your LME-MCO, we invite you to contact any of our counties, contact our county DSSs, and seek a reference about us, as they are all very satisfied with what Trillium does in the areas. We are also happy to continue a dialogue with you. Come back and have a conversation at your pleasure about what we can offer Caswell County and any other details you might wish to have in making your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
I know that public comments, we generally do not ask questions. So can we ask the representative
Yes, we talked a little bit about that coming back to meeting.
I'm sorry, if you want quick, I mean, sure. I didn't want to be presumptuous.
I know, you know.
Happy to set up the meeting, Mr. Hall. Whatever your convenience. I have a card, I didn't want to approach, again, I can give you my contact.
We'll let you work for our county manager and set up.
Fantastic. We met earlier.
Which will have to be fairly quick because I believe our decision has to be the end of this month.
Great. We're prepared to move quickly. Thank you.
So. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So,
That's okay.
Commissioners, as luck would have it, you have a meeting scheduled today at 1 o'clock for budget. However, our DSS director will be at that meeting, so that'll provide you an opportunity to speak with the DSS director to see or gauge what their feelings about Cardinal.
okay, and before you begin, I forgot my little 1 minute card. No, come on up, come on up. I'll just kind of raise this up and have your minute.
I'll try to see it. Good morning, Commissioners.
Wait, can you turn the mic on, please?
It has a green light.
We can't hear back here.
It was on, I checked it.
Good morning, Commissioners. Is that better? My name is Pat Warren. I live at 36 Main Street, Prospect Hill. I have in front of me a very disturbing email received by Caswell County government from Bill Robinson with the Industrial Land Brokers. He sent the email to determine if Caswell County, particularly along the 86 corridor, has regulatory restrictions that would prevent his client from building and operating a lead acid battery recycling business in Caswell County along the 86 corridor. I found 9 disturbing statements in the email, but due to time constraints, I have narrowed it down to 4, and these are direct quotes. Number 1, quote, "The business requires proximity to population centers, but must itself be located in very sparsely populated areas." And here's the kicker: "due to the nature of the processes used." Due to the nature of the processes used, end quote. There is a 56-page study by the World Health Organization titled "Recycling Used Lead Acid Batteries, Health Considerations," and I have a website written down on my comments. Number 2, quote, "North Carolina has been identified as a central point for regional operations," end quote. This comes after a nationwide search. They weren't just looking at North Carolina, they were looking at the whole nation. Number 3, and here is the most disturbing and relevant quote. "Within North Carolina, Caswell County has been targeted due to the size and growth of the triangle and triad metroplexes, which flank the county. Access," and ... there are a few words in between that, "access to nearby interstate and rail transportation is also beneficial," end quote. Number 4, quote, "I am hoping that Caswell County is such an area and does not have impediments that would prevent me from recommending to my client that they conduct a search for a suitable location," end quote. Impediments implies zoning. The HIDO is not at all a consideration to this business. Caswell County may be, and that's all the quoting, "Caswell County may be the nationwide target, but southeastern County is the bullseye. Highway 86 South runs directly through southeastern Caswell County, is a straight shot to interstate highways as well as to the triangle and the triad, and it is located the furthest south in Caswell County. If zoning for Southeast Caswell is not immediately passed, it will become too late to stop southeastern Caswell from becoming the pollution center of the Piedmont and perhaps the whole of North Carolina."
15 more seconds.
I got it. "If this email that you received is not alarming to you and does not convince you that zoning southeastern Caswell is crucial, then shame on you." Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Doherty.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ed Doherty, and I live with my wife Dawn at 2685 Ridgeville Road in Prospect Hill. We are pleased and encouraged to see that zoning is potentially back on your agenda as it rightfully deserves to be. Over the past couple of years, I know you've heard, including Pat's this morning, many valid arguments and very passionately stated for why we need zoning, in particular in Southeast Caswell County. And today I'd like to address a couple arguments that I've heard being made against zoning. And you're likely to hear them again as it comes up for vote. The first and the most common argument that I've heard is that voters rejected zoning in the referendum of last fall. Like many of my fellow citizens, I've been paying very close attention to this matter from the beginning. And we have heard from the county planner as well as some members of this board that they did not expect zoning to be popular countywide and instead plan to use the results of that referendum to enact zoning in the districts where it was popular. That's proven out by the work that this board has already done to date in that regard. The members of the board who are present at this time should be aware and remember this as well. and any argument to the contrary is an attempt to rewrite history to meet a political objective. I reject that argument, and I call on you gentlemen to do so as well. Secondly, I've heard the preposterous argument that enacting district zoning versus countywide zoning would be somehow unfair to the districts that were opposed to it. It would expose them to unwanted industrial growth. And now, I'd like you to think about that for a minute. I do agree that it's unfair to withhold zoning protections from any of the residents of Caswell County, but this argument is totally absurd, especially in light that it's being made by individuals who lobbied against zoning from the very beginning. Some have actively engaged in disinformation campaigns to sabotage the vote last fall. Anyone making that case is admitting to the critical need for zoning to protect the citizens of Caswell from invasive and unwanted industry and to control expected growth in this area in a manner that best represents the way of the people. Leaving residents vulnerable and on their own to fight the invasion of polluting industries in their neighborhoods is callous, it's cruel, and it's irresponsible governance. I reject that argument as well, and I call on you gentlemen to do the same and to vote yes for zoning, district zoning, and especially in Southeast Caswell County. So thank you again for your time and your consideration, and please move swiftly to pass and enact district zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Williams.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Sharon Williams. My husband and I have lived at 396 John Russell Road in Prospect Hill since January 2002. On September 11th, 2019, we attended a meeting at the Prospect Hill Volunteer Fire Department so that we could learn more about a proposed rock quarry and asphalt plant to be built in Prospect Hill. At that time, Carolina Sunrock LLC spoke to a gathering of about 100 people, assuring us that they would be good neighbors. A spokesperson mentioned a Christmas party, a parade, a softball team, safety features on their huge trucks that would be traveling our 2-lane highways, and the creation of about a dozen jobs. On April 13th, 2021, my husband and I were served papers informing us that our potential good neighbors at Carolina Sunrock had named us as defendants, along with 53 other Caswell County landowners, in a lawsuit. The suit was in response to letters written by the defendants to the Caswell County Watershed Review Board. In case there was any doubt, "You have been sued" was in bold black letters with an exclamation point. I am 70 years old and I've never even had a parking ticket. Between those two dates, I attended a zoning meeting on February 18th, 2020, presented by Matthew Hoagland and Brian Miller. I prefer facts to misinformation that is easily spread on social media. That evening, I came away with a better understanding of how zoning would protect us, as well as preserve the agricultural heritage and beauty of our county. One commissioner present at that meeting gave his opinion that district zoning was a more attainable goal than county-wide zoning. That's what I am asking all the commissioners to do today, to vote for district zoning to protect against polluting industries. When a corporation sues private citizens for petitioning a government agency for help in protecting our wells, they won't be good neighbors, and it could set a dangerous precedent. If you go forward with district zoning, polluting industries could be stopped from both harming and harassing the citizens of Caswell County. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martinelli.
Good morning, Commissioners. We will win. I ask each of you, would any of you...
Take your name.
Thank you. Dr. Martinelli, Corporate Ridge Road, Gunpool Road. I ask any of you, would you want to have this as your neighbor? Would you want this to be something that your children live next to? We spoke of how, or I've been told of how, no matter what we do, this is going to happen. Nah, we don't live that way. We don't fight that way. We don't lose that way. We win. You can't hurt your neighbors. When they sue us, they're not our neighbors. They're not good neighbors. We need you to protect your community. Thank you.
Kim Hudson.
Morning. First, let me explain the business card. I'm not trying to get business. I'm giving that to you for this reason. It's my intention to invite each and every one of you, one at a time, or however many you can do without making a call, to my house any morning you want to do it, 8 o'clock, for a cup of hot coffee and some quiet countryside. Invitation stands. My name is Tim Hudson. I live at 295 Vincent Road. And Mr. Chairman, I would like permission to read my whole statement. It takes about 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
I would ask the board to let it go. Good. I just worry a little bit about the precedent. Do you have anybody whose time you could also take?
I believe so.
And that is Mr. Newton. Okay, well, is that okay with you, Mr. Wood? Yeah. Okay, then you may proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to pick up where I left off last meeting. This whole thing boils down to our right to an unpolluted life versus somebody's desire to make a dollar.
I can't hear you.
Okay. How about this? Is it better?
If you speak louder too. Awesome.
All right. As a Parkinson's patient, that kind of is a problem, but I'll try. This whole thing boils down to our right to have an unpolluted life versus somebody's desire to make a dollar. Somebody that has no concern for this county or its residents. Someone who would use scare tactics in an effort to intimidate residents into not fighting his profit. Today, we're going to call him Dollar Man. So that makes it Caswell County versus Dollar Man. Caswell County residents versus Dollar Man. As an investigator and analyst for this county sheriff's office, it was my job to get to the truth. But where do you start? The first thing is to gather data. Just the facts. The way you gather data is to ask questions. Questions like, who is involved? This fight is not county to company. This fight is county to a single man. If you We're gonna call him Dollar Man. If you don't know who that one man is, then you have not done your homework. And if you have not done your homework, how do you make a good and fair decision if you don't know all the facts? The fact is, this one man has been very successful in quietly coming into unsuspecting communities, buying properties and setting up his construction materials plants before the community is fully aware and able to defend itself. But why come here? There's no market for two plants within 10 miles of each other, which brings us to motive. Why come here? How many of you know about the plans to widen Highway 119 to 4 lanes from Virginia to Alamance County line? How long has the 119 work been going on in Mebane? For years. It's a smart plan because when 119 becomes 4 lanes, that will open up this county to attract more businesses, which will need more construction materials. That's going to keep them going for a long time. More businesses in the county would be great if we were smart in the way we control the growth. Can't we find a company to partner with that doesn't take advantage of us? I'm of the opinion that our Board of Commissioners were thinking that it would be great to have a thriving business in our county to provide jobs and tax revenue. But I bet you that what we take in now will pay out later. As far as the jobs go, I spoke to a representative of Dollar Man who was his spy at a community meeting. He told me that an asphalt plant could be staffed by 7 people. Are they going to bring their employees with them? How many jobs does that make for us? What were you told about jobs? Did you get it in writing? If that's the way Dollar Man's doing now, how do you think we're going to be treated later on? For 30 years, I've heard the Caswell County is a bedroom community. We sleep here, but we go out of the county to work. If we as a county don't get a handle of this problem, we're going to become a toilet community, if you get my meaning. Now, I'm not psychic. I didn't come up with this because I saw it on the paper. I came up with this, it's called possible outcome analysis. I may be wrong, but I bet $100 bill I'm not. Our goal is to live our lives as unpolluted as possible. Let me provide perhaps the most important reason to protect Caswell residents. That was when you gave God your promise to faithfully discharge your duties as a commissioner. Let me call your attention to the second page of the handout I gave you. Code of Ethics for the Board of Commissioners of Caswell County. At the last bullet point that begins with board members should make decisions based on the public good, not on their desires or considerations of special interest. I would love for someone to tell me, how does a mine, an asphalt plant, and a concrete mix plant smack in the middle of residential neighborhoods, not out and away from our homes? In my case, it's 3,200 feet, and there are many much closer than I am. We're talking air pollution, water pollution, and noise pollution. How does that qualify as public good? This one sentence in your code of ethics could be the one that defines your entire career as a commissioner. There's only one right choice, and it's my hope and prayer that this board makes it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newcomer, you still have a minute, 15 seconds.
Okay, this hopefully won't take that long.
We're going to switch microphones and see if that works better. Here we go. My name is Keith Newcomer. I live at 926 Danfield Road in the Anderson area, Caswell County. I understand that this zoning issue has become quite a major issue for the board and for everyone in Caswell County. It's put you in the spotlight, probably put you in some bad light with a lot of people and the citizens of this county. My suggestion is allow the citizens to speak. Zoning, all you have to do is say yes, allow these separate areas to develop. It takes the burden off of you. That puts a responsibility on the citizens of each of those areas. There are 9 precincts in Caswell County. Last election, there were at least 2 different or 3 different ballots for each of those precincts.
So putting a question on a ballot that is separate and directed at those individual areas is nothing new. Give the citizens a chance, take the burden off of you, take the problems that are coming at you, put it back on the citizens. Let them inform their neighbors about what needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Zimmerman.
Good morning. I might cry. So the first time I stood here, I cried. My name's Leslie Zimmerman and I live in Leesburg. I can't believe I'm gonna cry. All right, I apologize up front, but this is the truth. We have stood here many times since 9/11. Thank you. We have shared facts and more facts and even more facts. We have watched as some commissioners cannot even look at us when we are speaking, cannot even raise their head from off-subject paper they are reading while we are speaking. That is okay. Commissioners think it is okay to berate people on social media for their own advantage. Have said and promised during the election they will follow the will of the people. Have said at district zoning meetings, I will vote for district zoning. We have had our signs stolen. We have had outright lies advertised on what zoning is, and we have been lied to by our own commissioners. Yet we stand here again, faced with 3 asphalt plants, cement factory, power plant, and a 250-year quarry on 1,162 acres. I was approached by you last meeting, at the last meeting by one of you asking for help because another polluting business wants to come to bucolic, Caswell County. Are you listening? Please listen, as many today beg you to do the right thing. Approve and proceed with zoning. It's not too late for you to act and to vote to protect the people of southeastern Caswell. Remember, we voted yes. We should be allowed the same protections other communities in Caswell have. Thank you. Finally, I'm sorry some of us will have to leave today, but know that we're not giving up. Thank you.
That is all that we had who signed up to speak. I'm going to ask the public if there's someone that would like to speak. Yes, sir, come on. Just to give us your name and address, sir.
Yes. The name is Robert Smith. I live at 128 Lakefront Drive. Gentlemen, I come to you, first of all, I'm loving my right to speak. And I appreciate you and your service. I want to put some skin on this issue in just a moment, but let me just say this first. I'm speaking to you in fear and trembling. Understand that. There's a wider context here that I hope you gentlemen will appreciate. We are at a time when large corporations are shutting down free speech and not allowing people, the citizens, to have a voice for fear of for being ostracized, being ruined online, and sued. So I speak in fear and trembling on this issue. Because we've got a corporation that is downright ruthless, and they've demonstrated that. Now, I am not a person who wants or appreciates unnecessary regulation or even zoning. That's not where I'm at. But when you've got a company and an issue in terms of pollution and the harm that it's going to do to a community, it's mind-boggling to me that kind of a situation wouldn't be regulated or fall within some kind of regulation in the state of North Carolina or Caswell County. This is crazy. It's madness that this kind of a thing, as serious as it may be, is not being considered for zoning. Now, to put some skin on it from a personal point of view, I'm new to the area. My wife and I bought a home, and we're retired on a limited income. On my property, there's 2 wells. One is 300 feet, the other one's 500 feet, because getting water is so critical. And so, personally, what I'm up against is the fact that I might not have water on my property. And that would render my property of no value. You understand? So, I hope you gentlemen will consider the larger context of what's happening in the country, and also appreciate the fact that it appears that you've got a ruthless corporation. I can't believe that people are being sued for coming before you and voicing their opinion. Consider that, gentlemen. Please consider that. Thank you.
Anyone else in the public? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much. My name is Dorinda Duncan. That was my husband, Robert Smith. We are here to ask you please to approve and proceed with the district zoning. We need a zoning ordinance that will confirm and make certain that congruous and harmonious land uses are grouped together and separated from incompatible uses. A zoning ordinance will help preserve the established character and history of previously developed areas while still accommodating economic development through appropriate new growth. We must absolutely protect our farms and lands and maintain a conscious awareness and a passionate appreciation of conserving environmentally sensitive areas, land areas for today and tomorrow. Please honor this land and approve and proceed with the district zoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, I know that we have, how many public comments do we have? Are most of those short for?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Our public comments period, we're required to provide at least 30 minutes of public comment. We do have quite a few over the next few minutes, as it pleases the board. I can go through and condense those emails and give you a synopsis of what the emails say if you would like.
Yes, that
I think the names and addresses should be.
Absolutely.
And also those, public comments will be emailed to all the commissioners.
That's correct.
Thank you. All right.
I can do that very quickly right now if you like.
Okay.
Ahmad Harib, in favor of zoning.
What's the address?
There's no address. Lynette Dancer, 315 Rudgeridge Road, please vote yes for zoning. Donna Nichols, yes to zoning. Mark Zimmerman, yes to zoning. John Bianco, yes to zoning. Earl Wren, 2927 Egypt Road, Prospect Hill, yes to zoning. Evangeline Benson, 441 Baines Road, in favor of zoning. Michael Wayne, yes to zoning. Randolph Hester and Marcia McNally, yes to zoning. Hold a public hearing and vote yes to zoning. Lynn Pendergraft, 3131 Ram Road, yes to zoning. Everett Griffin, 594 Solomon Road, yes to zoning. Kim Dyer, yes to zoning. Daniel Maddox, 1811 Wilson Road, Pearl Mills, yes to zoning. Elizabeth Norman, 1811 Wilson Road, yes to zoning.
Does that have a town?
Pearl Mills,
I appreciate the town also.
Melanie Hester, 1647 Wilson Road, Pearl Mills, yes to zoning. Sherry Edwards, 714 Solomon Road, Leesburg, yes to zoning. Charles Clodfelter, 560 Solomon Road, Leesburg, yes to zoning. Barbara Yearly, yes to zoning. Ben Walker, West Lakefront Drive, Leesburg, yes to zoning. Jamie and Barry Hagler, 249 Blaylock Drive, Prospect Hill, yes to zoning. Kim Steffen, 2411 Old NC 86 Hillsborough, North Carolina. No, excuse me, 3598 Woodward Ridge Road, Castle County, yes to zoning. Belinda Lane, 1540 North Carolina Highway 49, Prospect Hill, yes to zoning. K.L. Tate, 948 Union Ridge Road in Anderson Township, yes to zoning. Robert Smith and Dorena Duncan, 128 Lakefront Drive, Pearl Mills, yes to zoning. Thomas and Susan Faison, yes to zoning. 885 Dave Smith Road, Prospect Hill. Karen Schneider, 289 Ralph Daniel Road, Pelham. Yes to zoning. Dale Kemper, 802 Russell Loop Road, Prospect Hill. Yes to zoning. Mark A. Wren, 2373 Ridgeville Road, Prospect Hill. Yes to zoning. Susan Hester, 610 Newton Pleasant Loop Road, Myrtle Mills. Yes to zoning. Mark Langland, 1077 Wilson Road, Myrtle Mills. Yes to zoning. Heather Langland, 1077 Wilson Road, Myrtle Mills. Yes to zoning. Michael Russell, yes to zoning. Michael Russell, yes to zoning. Rufus Knight, yes to zoning. 1908 East Hughes Mill Road, Burlington, North Carolina. Alma Knight, 1908 East Hughes Mill Road, yes to zoning. Mary Baines, 1560 East Hughes Mill Road, yes to zoning. Marie McCandless, 2607 Hughes Mill Road, yes to zoning. Burlington.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. We'll move on to recognitions. I'd like to recognize three people today. First of all, Kristen Hamlin, who has received her Associates in Science from Piedmont Community College, and also Mason Assad, who has received his associate degree in Accounting and Finance from Piedmont Community College and magna cum laude. So, your education, we know that will help Castle County as well. At this time, we'll move into action items. Item number 7, approval of agenda. We have a motion to approve. Need a second.
Second.
We have a second. Any questions, comments? All those in favor with aye? Aye. All those against? Agenda is approved.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Did we remove the closed session?
Okay. No, we did not.
I'd like to ask the closed session people.
Yeah, this is the agenda here that we were doing. Would you want? Oh, okay, all right. All right, so we need to back up, man, my fault. First of all, let's remove, we need to remove from the agenda the closed session. There will be no need for closed session today. So we will remove that item. Okay, Commissioner Jeffries.
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, have number 13 moved from the agenda.
Sorry, I can't hear.
You should get some more information.
I can't hear.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have number 13 removed from the agenda until we get some more information on this recycle, batch of recycle for about 4 or 5 weeks. I just don't think he might be right, might not be right. I just have some concerns.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I second that motion, and I have taken a hard look at the email that was received. I see some disturbing lack of information and a very convenient amount of information to the situation that we're dealing with on zoning. I can go down the list here and pick apart different things, but I see the red flags. But at the top of the list, there was no address, no phone number to contact the individual. And when our county manager reached out to these people to get the rest of the information they needed to make a determination, they did not even reply. When I asked for a phone number, they replied to me and still wouldn't give it to me. It said that they got a death threat passed. We cannot verify. I would like to have the originator of that email come in here and answer questions and make a believer out of me. I believe in making decisions based upon information and not scare tactics.
We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I would like to make a point that this email is not germane to the subject of number 13.
This email is very germane to this issue because this board has been duped into taking another vote on Sunday after we voted it down. And it's proved. But one more thing y'all know, I am so doubtful that I've asked the DA and the sheriff's office, they've been given copies of it. They're checking it down and examining it. I would like to hear back from them before we proceed any further on this issue.
Mr. Chairman, I reiterate the fact that that email has nothing to do with the topic that I put on the agenda.
Okay, we can debate that issue forever, but let's go ahead. We have a motion and a second. So a yes vote will mean you want to delay number 13. How many weeks did you say? 4 weeks. A no vote means that we will. Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you move past the closed session agenda?
There was no need for a closed session.
Said who?
Our county manager informed me today that there was no
closed session.
What he
Well,
had.
I'm gonna disagree. So if we don't have a closed session, then what I have to say will be said in open session.
So you're requesting a closed session?
That was the understanding that I had, when we talked last. So it's okay. It's okay with me.
That was not the issue that was, okay.
I just want to say what I want to say in open session anyway.
We will put the closed session back on the agenda. You know, okay. All right, I wasn't thinking that.
I got a question for the county attorney.
Yes.
Before we go any further. This moratorium ends this month, correct?
Like July, first week in July.
First week in July. And they're asking for how many weeks? 4 weeks.
First week in July.
Go ahead and call it.
Okay, so we have a closed session back on the agenda, and we're now going to vote on whether or not to delay the item number 13 for 4 weeks. A yes vote is to delay, a no vote is to proceed today with what's on here. So all those in favor of delaying this item number 13 zoning for 4 weeks with a yes?
Yes.
All those against with a no? No. Motion fails. So item number 13 will stay on the agenda. Any other thing on the agenda? So let's go back and approve since we've added back the closed session. Approval of the agenda. Need a motion.
So moved.
Second. Second. All those in favor with aye? Aye. All those opposed? Do we have any corrections to the May 17th regular meeting minutes in our consent agenda? Hearing no corrections or issues, those will stand approved, Madam Clerk. Next item are boards and committees. And I will go through these. I know there are a lot, but I need to go through these for a couple of reasons. The first one is the ABC board. As you can see, we have one term expiring. We received no applications on time. I want to inform the board that we did get an application that was late. Now, personally, I think to be fair to all those who may have said, well, I wanted to put in an application, but I let the time expire and I didn't get it in. Personally, I think we ought to re-advertise this for 30 days and bring it back to appoint that person. But it's up to this board as to what we do.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
I have a question. If we want to be fair to everyone that has applied, didn't we just prior to this approve someone that put in a late application and they were in fact appointed to the board in question?
We may have. I think we had this discussion, and I'll push this discussion up.
So if we don't approve whoever this is that turned this late one in and we approve another one, they're going to cry foul and blame favorites. If we're going to do that, we need to have an established policy that is put out in advance and everybody knows what the rules are and adhere to it. If we're going to make exception for one and not for another, then it's going to be favoritism accusations.
Well, that's the reason I'm asking the board before you know who it is. Comment quickly, gentlemen.
You only had one application?
Only one.
And it was late?
It was late.
Re-advertised.
If it's late, we haven't seen it, I don't see how we can act.
Jeffers, how do you feel?
Well, how many more applications you have?
We only have one. It was a late application. And we only have one spot
How do you have? You only got one spot open. To me, nominate the guy. That's just one thing.
open. Okay, that's all.
Re-advertise.
I say fill it with whoever applied.
Well, I made it very plain how I felt about this when this issue came before, and I'm gonna say this re-advertise. So the consensus of the board is to re-advertise this 30 days. All right, so there we go on that. Now, on most of these boards, we have more openings than we do applicants. So I'm going to ask our attorney how we can do that on those that have, do we go through each one and motion and vote?
It's up to you. You can go through each one, or you can also combine. So you don't have to take it separately if you don't want. You could, motion to approve the appointments to all the boards, some boards, one of the boards.
Okay. Before I go through all of them, who's applied, I do want to bring your attention to one, and that is the regional, as soon as I can find it, the Economic Development Commission. On your sheet, you'll notice that there were two terms that expired. We had two applicants. However, one of the terms that expired is from the town of Milton, and they appoint their people. So we really only have one vacancy, and we have two who have applied for that vacancy, and that is Amanda Hodges, who is reapplying, and then Mark Zimmerman. Those are the two that are applying for the one position, one opening on the Economic Development Commission. So at this time, with this one, we'll go ahead and take nominations.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yes.
We're going to re-advertise the one position for the board that was applied for. And we're doing it under rationale of trying to get more applicants and better people for it. Why don't we just re-advertise that all these places have openings and let people reapply and approach this at a different date for these appointments? And that will streamline a lot of what we've got to go through today, and we can finish up that process and allow more people to guys an opportunity to apply. Some of the applicants to fill the number of seats that we need to fill.
And usually that is the way it usually is. We never generally fill all our boards, however, I understand what you're saying. So your recommendation is we just hold off on all these?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, re-advertise for nominations.
That's acceptable for everybody? We'll do that. give everybody another. Like I said, almost all of these, we have more openings than we have applicants.
Mr. Chairman, turnout for, as you can see, for a lot of these boards ends on 6:30. So we'll have to advertise immediately and have an appointment by the end of this month for the board. We'll not have enough members to.
But, well, in our new orientation booklet that we have given that this board approved, it states very plainly in there that applicants will remain on that until such time as they are replaced.
We got time to do that.
So let's go ahead and do that. Let's make that where
We can do that anyway.
Make the appointments on the 21st.
Whatever pleasure.
Very well. We can get it advertised and do it on
So the people that have already applied, do they need to reapply? No.
their application is in.
So what are we re-advertising for? Original.
The vacancies, well, they're all of them have vacancies, but we have enough applicants. So we're advertising again for all the vacancies on those boards. All right, very well, let's move on. At this time, we need to adopt the UDO amendments, and I'm going to turn this over to our county attorney who has a few comments.
So this is the continuation of the final set of 160B changes that need to be made to our ordinance to comply with the new state legislation, which is essentially a recompilation and rewrite of the development regulations. There's one piece, so you saw all these at public hearing, and you have the planning board's recommendation to adopt, and the planning board worked hard on putting this together for you. There is one change that sort of a technical correction that I asked you to make before adopting the article as amended, and that is this. In Article 10, the watershed review board function is shifted to the Board of Adjustment away from the planning board, and that's sort of consistent with the general way appeals from different ordinance decisions are handled under 160B. The one thing that we didn't account for in that change is that we actually have some pending watershed review board appeals. And so in an attempt to make clear that the appeals that are filed prior to the date of your adoption of this change stay with the planning board, what I asked you to do is to adopt language essentially saying that any watershed review board appeal that filed prior to today's date will still be heard by the planning board. Any appeals filed after today's date or on or after today will go to the Board of Adjustment, just to avoid any lack of clarity on that point since we have some pending appeals. There's one additional corresponding change that will need to be made to Article 10.10.6.1 to make that happen. But that's just sort of a technical correction. So if you don't mind to make a motion to approve the articles as presented without one change, that's all you need to do.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve as including the change that our county attorney gave.
So moved.
We have a motion, second, any questions? All those in favor of the UDO amendments to those Articles 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, and Appendix A for 160D consistency? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Next, on the explosives ordinance, Mr. Miller.
Commissioners, you have included in your agenda packet an explosive detonation ordinance of Castle County, North Carolina. The ordinance, you heard several comments earlier, a month and a half ago, about explosions that were happening along Cherry Grove Road and in Anderson and Cherry Grove that were disturbing to the neighbors and included flying projectiles that came very, very close to leaving the boundaries of the property owner's property. So having said that, we were asked to put together an ordinance, county attorney and I were asked to put together an ordinance that would deal with these kind of explosions. We've done that. It's in your agenda packet. We're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions about the ordinance? Anyone? Yes, sir.
On what is, I guess, appearing to be page 20, under section 8 of definitions. On page 20, under section 8 of definitions, detonating, under discharge. It's speaking as a chemist. It says here to reject or release a projectile or object by a sudden release, tension, or pressure. Would this not also mean to say gas or liquid? Because that's what's actually occurring in some instances. There's no actual solid object, or unless you include gas under the definition of object.
Well, just based on, yes, I believe you're correct, but based on what we know to be occurring is they pressurize the tanks and cause them to explode. That's a sudden release of pressure that was contained inside the tank. So to eject or release a projectile or object by a sudden release of tension or pressure, the pressurization of the tank is what causes. But we can certainly add gas to make that more clear.
Or just change the word object to material.
Yeah, so to eject or release a material or object or a projectile or gas or object, right?
Projectile or material, I believe.
Okay, projectile, material, or object by a sudden.
And there's several instances here where there's spaces missing between words.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the substance here will need to be put in the format of our Unicode ordinance structure. And so this is the substance of the ordinance, certainly once you have a chance to take a look at it, in changes that you have. And then ultimately, it will be formatted to be consistent with the format of all county code available in Unicode. So the numeration will change a little bit, the headings, that sort of thing, but the substance will remain the same. So what you see here is sort of draft language that will then need to be formatted for Unicode codification purposes, and the spacing and things like that.
Any other questions on the ordinance? If none, we need a motion to approve.
So moved.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any other questions, comments? If not, all those in favor of the ordinance, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries unanimous. However, due to the fact that we are missing one commissioner, this item will have to come back up at our next meeting. And then there it can be approved by majority vote. All right, data conversion contract.
Commissioners, you have in here in the packet a contract for data conversion. Basically, what refers to the process is having to go into our existing software, they'll mine the available data for, I think it's the last 5 years. After they mine the data, they'll format the data in a specific format to transfer to our new Munis software that we're converting both our finance system and our human capital system to. And that's basically the gist of the contract. It's strictly data conversion. Having said that, the money associated with the contract, $7,100, that's already appropriated in the budget. So we don't need you to approve any money, but all contracts above $5,000 that are not recurring contracts are required to come before the Board of Commissioners, and that's why you have this on your agenda. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hearing no questions, we need a motion to approve. So moved. We have a motion, need a second. I'll second that motion. Any questions, comments before we vote? All those in favor, with aye? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Item number 13, zoning, Commissioner Ostrike.
I'm happy to speak about it if you like. Commissioners, we were asked to put zoning, on the agenda again today. At the time that you last chose to not pursue zoning, we pretty much have the draft zoning ordinance ready for your examination. It just never made it to you. So that's what's included in the agenda today is the draft zoning ordinance that had been prepared for the board during the last board on zoning. So I expect, because it was in your agenda package, you've had the opportunity to look through it. We dealt with the zoning of the southeast corner of Castle, much like we would an extension of the Hyco Lake Zone area with a couple of new provisions. We're happy to answer any questions. We have our county planner with us today, Matthew Oakland, who did the majority of the work on this ordinance. So we're happy to answer any questions you have about the ordinance or about the table of uses.
Questions?
I'd like to make a motion. Upon consideration of any actions, including literary, pundits, public comments, hearings, moratorium, I'm sure what the moratorium is, and other deliberations, the Castle County Manager is directed to properly notify and set a public hearing concerning the proposed Article 5 zoning districts draft, which includes changes to the existing article and the addition of sections 5.6 through and including section 5.14, as well as a table of permitted uses in Southeast Castle zoning map, June 2021, as amended per the attached revisions, which I'll be happy to go over. The date for this hearing will be June 21st, 2021. It will include a summary of the conditional zoning districts proposal to be presented by the county manager and county planning director at that hearing. In addition, the county manager is directed to transmit a copy of the proposed Article 5 as referenced above to the Castle County Planning Board for their official comment regarding consistency with the Castle County Land Use Plan. Such comment will be required to be presented to the Castle Board of County Commissioners during the June 21st, 2021 meeting.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
We have a second. Questions, comments? We'll vote. All those in favor of the motion with aye? Aye. All opposed? No. Two nays. Did you get the they were? We will proceed with the public hearing. we need to go into close, well, are there any discussion items that we need to bring up? No, if none, then we need a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
This is to consult with attorney employee or retained by the public body in order to reserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which is privilege is hereby acknowledged. NCGS 143-318, period 11, parentheses A, parentheses 3. We have a motion to proceed. Second.
Chairman.
Yes.
For the sake of transparency and letting the people stay here, could we move that to the very last item before adjournment so that we can proceed with the balance of the agenda and then hold the closed session at the very end?
Ms. Regine?
Does anyone object to that?
I don't know why I put it there. We got one thing.
I understand. Yeah.
Anyone object to it?
I apologize for not.
Okay.
Consent agenda.
We'll make it, you okay?
Sure. If you want to switch it around?
Okay, all right. So now we'll have county manager update. No updates, commissioner comments. I do want to, well, I'll lose this under announcements and upcoming events. Just so we got a card from Thomas Brothers School. They are celebrating their centennial anniversary, and we'll be hosting an open house on Saturday, June the 19th, from 11 to 3 p.m. Got that. Any other announcements, upcoming events? At this time, then, we will go into closed session. And let's go ahead and redo the motion. To consult with attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged in CGS 143-318, period 11, parentheses A, parentheses 3, need a motion. Yes.
Should we not include a personnel issue here?
I guess we can conclude that once we're in closed session. Well, we need to read the statute.
So you want to go in to discuss the employment terms, compensation of a public officer and employee? Okay, that's all you need to say. You want to add that to, that's added
Yes,
to
you
the
want to
motion.
add that to the motion? Good on that? Okay, thank you. Better. I've never got that. All right, so motion made.
Need a second.
Need a second to go into closed session. We have a second. All in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? Board now sits in closed session. We will take just a minute. This time, our board sits back in open session. Is there anything else before we adjourn the regular meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. I want to add to that we will adjourn this meeting and reconvene our budget meeting at the library at 1 o'clock.
Which is a continuation.
Yes, it is.
The only question is, what about the adjustment? Is this appropriate to adjourn this meeting? Board of Adjustment? That's going to.
The board of, you mean the Board of Equalization?
Equalization, I'm sorry.
Yes, no, that's fine. You continue that, that portion of your meeting until your next, and I think that was clear from the record what you did there, so I'm okay there. Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion to adjourn and reconvene our budget session at 1 at the library. Second. We have a second. All in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? We will now adjourn. Thank you, gentlemen. This time I'll call our recess budget meeting back to order and turn it over to our county manager. Just a reminder, I don't know how many we'll hear from today, but we want to try to keep this thing to 2.5 hours at most if we can, but we'll go as long as we need to. Ask questions that are relevant to their particular departments. And also, I think Commissioner Hall asked good questions. And, you know, we need to know what their plans are. So you guys can be preparing for that.
Customer service. All right, County Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board, the first thing I would tell you is, our Family Services Department does an incredible job. We have most family services is funded through grants, grant funded department. I think you received about $13,000 from the county. So there's about $13,000 being appropriated in county funds total to family services. But there's several grants that make up the budget for family services. And many of those are new grants that our new director, Ms. Nguyen, and I say new director, you've been director for 3 years?
2 years.
2 years. Our director has went out and gotten, the total budget for family services is $320,276. You all have that in tab 12 in your budget manual. So having said that, we have our Family Services Director, Aisha Nguyen, with us. I'll ask Aisha to go over anything that she'd like to with you, and we'll go from there.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. As Brian said, I'm Aisha Nguyen. I'm the Director of Family Services of Castle County, and I provided you with a handout, just kind of a 3-year breakdown of our fiscal year and our spending and our budgets. Fiscal year 1920 through the projected fiscal year coming up beginning in July. When I started in April of 2019, we had a budget of about $208,000. We've increased the budget by over $111,000 by securing additional grants and donations. That's an increase of over 54%. Now, with this additional grant funding that we secure, there are match requirements, which is why it's so important that we continue to receive this $13,000, because it shows that as an organization, County of Tazewell is invested in the success of family services. So if you flip to, and I don't have page numbers, I apologize for that, but on the last page, that's our projected budget coming up beginning in July. That is a decrease from the current fiscal year 2021. That just goes along with the nature of the beast of funding just drying up, and there's less revenue to provide services with. And that's across the board from all of our funders. We are going to be looking at some additional grants. Just started looking at some additional ones from fiscal year 2021, like for example, Z Smith Reynolds, a few others that I don't want to name at this time, but I do believe that we could get some additional funding with some new initiatives that we want to start with family services and our service delivery. Do you have any questions currently about what you've seen? Any questions about family services operations, anything like that?
Questions, comments?
How many people does this encompass?
You mean staff?
Yes.
We have grown the staff. From grant funding, we were able to secure another full-time position. We are going to decrease it back down to 4 staff, because I think we have an impending retirement. So we are going to go back down to 4. With some of the initiatives, we will be able to grow again, but that is completely dependent upon the grant funding that we go out and seek.
And what kind of folks are those for? Nurses, psychologists, just people with big hearts?
People with big hearts. We contract out our mental health services and also our physical and mental health, we contract out with service providers. So we don't do any of that in-house. We don't have the capability or the skill set.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? We certainly appreciate you pursuing grants. It not only helps the county, it helps the citizens that you serve provide better service, more service for them. All right, no questions, and we'll thank you for being here.
Thank you for the attention.
next will have DSS. And then emergency management.
At 12.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, DSS now. Commissioners, now we have our DSS department, you know, members of this board that sit now have been in county government for a while. You're aware of what a valuable resource that we have in our DSS department. You also know that it's a mandated department by the state. We receive state, federal, and contribute locally to the funding for the Department of Social Services. For DSS, the budget total is $4,468,953. Is that what you have? This year, and that is an increase from $4,338,417,000 or $417,000 from last fiscal year. I will say there's several reasons for the increased funding that will be necessary to provide the services we have in the past. So at this time, we have Diane Moorfield, our DSS director. And I'll ask her to talk about the changes in the department.
Thank you. That number that you quoted, the 4 million plus, sounds like a lot of money. But I think the first thing I would like to say about that is that's the total budget. That's the federal money, the state money, and the county money. So my request for county dollars this year is $1,441,309. Excuse me. Yeah, $1,441,309. Because we get funding from so many different sources that, to me, the large number sounds a little bit scary. But that's actually the amount of funding that we administer at the Department of Social Services. We have a multitude of programs. I'm sure most of you know about all the programs that we administer. Several things that we've addressed in this year's budget. We're facing some pretty big changes, and some of it is unknown in terms of our foster care program, because there was a law passed that's going to change the way we do business in foster care a little bit. The Families First Prevention Act it's a federal law that's going to change the 1st of October. And that will change the reimbursement we receive on some of our federal dollars to pay for the cost of foster care for some of our children. Right now, in that particular program, we get 75% reimbursement in our 4E foster care program. The entitlement to that is going to change so that we could be drawing down fewer 4E dollars, because they're no longer going to pay for children who are in a congregate living situation. And in Castle County, I have to tell you, we have a lot of children especially the older children who have to go into a congregate care facility because of the lack of foster homes willing to take the older children. So we don't know exactly what the dollar impact is going to be. If the child is currently in care, they can continue to be funded if they fit into that category. But if their placement changes, then we drop back and we start over with a greatly reduced funding for those children. Once they have been in care for 2 weeks, they can no longer draw down the federal 4E funding for their placement. So there are some unknowns that we're going to be facing when the new federal year comes into play. So our budget is based on the best we could try to anticipate on what dollar amount that might affect. So we budgeted for like the worst case scenario in hopes that we will not have a huge impact to our actual operating expenses when it comes to the congregate care placement. But I wanted to try to make sure we covered our bases in hopes that we could have a much better outcome than we could have. My budget hasn't changed a whole lot from last year, except for the uncertainty about the foster care program. And also I have added an extra position, the supervisor's position, in my budget this year. The reason I did that is Medicaid programs have grown by leaps and bounds. The number of people we serve is ever increasing. And the challenges that we face are becoming more and more severe as times create situations where families need additional assistance. The position that I'm asking for is a supervisor's position in Medicaid, but we draw down funding for that position, so it's not a total county expense. It would be, in county dollars, it would be $19,488. That's because the county only pays half of the cost of that position. With all the different changes in Medicaid, the state has increased the number of reviews and audits that they are conducting. They are starting to charge counties back for cases that are found to have an error. The other piece that we're facing at DSS right now is staff turnover in Medicaid. Right now, we're averaging about a 40% turnover in state personnel. That's critical when you look at, we're having to learn all the Medicaid programs. You look at all the additional reviews that are being required. The state is constantly reviewing different programs. They have now mandated that some programs, like the Work First program, 100% of those cases have to be second-party reviewed. We have several other programs that they select a number of cases each month that have to be second-party reviewed. Well, those numbers keep increasing. And right now, we're looking at right now, and the numbers change from week to week, but about 60 cases a month that we're supposed to be second-party reviewing. Okay, that's to help catch any issues that need to be corrected or fixed, and then the staff have to be trained on those issues. And we're being graded on whether or not we're having any errors in our cases, the timeliness of being able to complete the applications, and whether or not they're being deemed accurate. Well, with the kind of staff turnover we're currently in the midst of, we've got untrained staff trying to learn these very complicated Medicaid programs. The supervisory staff, the long-term supervisor has retired. And so the folks that I have that have been there are very busy trying to help do these second-party reviews. although they've got their own caseloads they're trying to manage, and it's been a real struggle. And there's just no way to manage the expectations without a second supervisory position. If the state's gonna start charging back for any errors that they find us for, we just had one cited last week. That one error, and we argued the point because I think it was sort of a judgment call. But that one error for 1 month was $658.45. So when you look at the number of Medicaid cases that we have in this county, and you look at the scrutiny that we're under, the staff are having to play multiple roles in trying to meet all of the expectations. We have 12 Medicaid programs. But out of those 12 programs, there are 34 different types of Medicaid programs. And what I mean by that is you can have special assistance, Medicaid, special assistance. But under that umbrella, there can be 5 or 6 different special assistance programs. So when I tell you that there are a certain number of 12 different programs, it actually means we have 34 different Medicaid categories of programs that we have to administer. So we're really under the gun at the moment. We're trying to get as much done as we can, but we're really struggling with being able to hire staff. We're not getting the applications that we used to get. And then being able to train while trying to work all the cases that need to be worked. We have to meet timeliness standards, accuracy standards. So it's just like, it's almost a no-win situation at the moment. But the staff are struggling and they're doing what they can. This is our first case that's been cited for an overpayment. We don't want any more. So I need 2 supervisors to be able to actually administer the programs and to actually help with the second party reviews that are being required to be completed every month. So I am asking for that. Other than that, there are not any significant changes in my budget for the years past, from last year especially. I just ask you to please give some serious consideration to the additional position, because one overpayment could cost a lot more than what the county's portion of this salary would be.
Okay, Manager, is that position already included in the salary line
Yes,
of the present budget?
I did include it in my budget.
Okay.
So my overall budget this year is $21,163 more than it was last year.
Questions, comments? Yes, sir, question.
We hear recruiting problems across the board, most of the departments. Have you got any general ideas what we're gonna do, we, the county, to work on this problem?
I think, I will tell you from my own personal experience at the agency why my folks have left. They can go to other counties that pay little. That's always been something that's been on the table. But I've had some folks that have left because they chose, because of family responsibilities, and they didn't feel they could meet those responsibilities in addition to working full-time at the office. So we've had that. I've had some that have left to go back to school. I've had some that have left DSS. And these staff worked in Medicaid. They left because they didn't want to do Medicaid anymore. anymore. It was too complicated. They're being held accountable for the accuracy and the timeliness of the work. And they just didn't want that stress anymore. But hiring has become quite a challenge.
I guess my general question is, what is it that we can do differently?
Well, one of my answers is looking at the pay scale for the workers that you're trying to hire. I struggle with trying to recruit people from Castle County because I'm not getting applications from Castle County. I don't know the answer as to why. The majority of my applications are coming from Rockingham County. And that's for not only Medicaid, but that's for social workers. And I don't know the answer, but please share it with me if you find it.
That's what I'm fishing for now. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
So what, the county portion for 21-22 is 1.441 million. What is it for this year? Because I don't see that number in here specifically. So what's the budget for this year? Is it that?
The total budget?
Yes, for the county portion.
That's the 4,414,000. The total budget for DSS.
No, the county portion. The
The 1,441,309.
That's for 21-22.
Yes.
What is it for 2021?
1,390,146. $1,390,146.
So roughly a $50,000 increase.
We did make some initial trimmings. Because it started out at about 50,000 to 60,000 more, but we did go back and reduce some of our positions. We reduced those from full-time or 12 months down to 6 months.
I'm arguing with you. I'm just trying to get the numbers in my head. So of that 50,000, 20 of it is a new position, roughly 19,000. The county portion.
The county portion in my budget is 21,163 total.
Sorry.
That includes that position. Yeah, the position itself is 19,488. But my budget includes 21,163 total.
Has COVID money impacted any of your operations?
Not very much. We did receive some COVID funding to help update some of our ability to telework, but that was only for adult service work, protective services workers and child protective services workers. That was all we had.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you.
I can't even imagine having to deal with Medicaid issues that you guys are dealing with.
Medicaid is a nightmare at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we'll start off with emergency management. As you know, Mr. Lynch is both our emergency management director and our EMS director. We'll start off with emergency management. Last year's budget was $82,844. This year, we're looking at $101,104. So having said that, I'll ask Mr. Lynch to give you an overview of his budget. I will tell you that the $10,000 that you see in capital outlay in the emergency management budget is also in debt service vehicle leases. So that budget can be reduced by $10,000 straight off the top.
With the emergency management budget, it is partially emergency management operations is offset by our emergency performance grant, which is a action-based grant. We have about anywhere from 9 to 15 different projects that I have to do throughout the year, and we're reimbursed. So we get about $36,000 a year from that grant. And that grant is a 50-50 match. So that's the way the emergency management has operated in the past. The slight increase in the budget is from some increased supplies and increased training line items made. We plan on doing some more classes and more community involvement with emergency management for the next year. But that's the only real increase in the emergency management budget.
Are there any questions from the board about the emergency management side of the budget? If not, we'll move on to EMS. The EMS budget is $2,721,547. Last year it was $1,859,532. There is a capital outlay request this year of $430,890. Commissioners, I'll tell you that $430,890, we're working very hard to be able to pay for that with American Rescue Plan dollars. We've currently got questions into NACO about that funding, trying to get a definitive answer.
I haven't heard anything back yet.
So we've asked them for a definitive answer. We may not get one. The categories are so broad. They're and the interim final rule guidance is so generic. I don't know that anybody at this point in time can give us a definitive answer. But we've asked for one, and just through my general reading of the interim final rule guidance, I think we'll be able to pay for, I think it's one new ambulance and one upfit. Is that right? Remount, sorry. One remount through the American Rescue. If that occurs, that will reduce the amount of fund balance that the board has to appropriate by $431,000.
I was just gonna say with NACO, it was about 3 weeks before I got my answer back on the question I sent to them. So,
I sent it last week.
well, it may be a while then.
I sent two that I've never received a reply back, one of which was a follow-up to the initial question that they had answered, so it didn't go straight to a queue. It sent to a specific person. Yes, sir.
This may not be the time to ask about this, but while we have emergency medical services up here, you can tell me if it's not. Under coroner and medical examiner, these are fees that we have paid someone else to come, right?
Yeah, we're required to pay the, why don't you answer that, Barry?
What I would like to see, and it's my question to y'all, is I would like to see our own medical examiner in a roundabout way. Do we have anybody with EMS or within the system that can do this? Because I hate to see some of the things that's happened here before where we have to wait on a medical examiner to come out of Reedsville, Greensboro, Burlington, wherever they're coming from. Most of the time they'll come along west. We end up waiting quite a time period for a medical examiner to get here. So my question is there anybody on staff that we can that can pursue whatever license or whatever has to come about to do this kind of thing?
It's a matter of taking a class and getting certified to do it. With talking to other counties that did go that route, had their supervisors or someone on staff as the ME for the county. It gets to be a gray area at times, is the whether or not you're going to make this an ME case. And they have all of the ones that I know about and have talked to, they have steered away from that and they're contracting it out. I have contacted, I agree with you 100%. We shouldn't have to wait an hour, hour and a half on an ME. Yeah.
Half a day. Seen that happen.
For ME to get there. I have made a request to the state, started the process through the channels to see if we could get it changed. This whole process changed about, a year ago? Year and a half, where now it used to be when it's an ME case, we would transport the deceased to Alamance. We didn't have to wait on the ME to get there. The state has changed their guidelines. The new training director for the state medical examiner's office, she says ME will come to every single. And that's something that's out of our hands until we can get enough people in North Carolina, EMS agencies together to overturn that.
Ballpark, and I know you don't have an exact figure, but ballpark, and what would it take to get one of our people through the classes, and about what kind of money you're talking about that we're spending?
But you still have to pay them though.
Huh?
You still have to pay them.
That's what I know. That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, we're not gonna save that money.
No.
Because
Figure you were gonna say, my question is, how much would it cost? Let's just say if we had a paramedic that could do it, and we sent him to school, and then he was licensed and everything to be medical. How much more would that expense go up to have him available to come to the situation? See what I'm saying?
The cost of the class, I don't know how much the cost of the class. It's pretty much an online class. You pay, get your certification to do it. But let's say we decided that all of our supervisors would become medical examiners, because that's the practice in some counties that don't. If they get called out as the ME, they have to come off the clock. We have to pay them a separate fee, the $200 that we pay every time. When they get through with it, they come back on the clock. Personally, I don't know if that's something that we want to get in.
Well, I think we need to do something different because I've seen the situations occur.
And I agree with you, Hunter. I don't know that hiring our own is the answer.
Do you have any
Jason,
other suggestions?
I don't know where until the state says that we don't have to wait for a medical examiner to get here. Our medical examiners are coming from Rockingham, Guilford, and Alamance. Is where they live. So
Let us do some research into it. We bring you back a couple options.
I think you need to.
Okay.
I don't like the way things are heading. Thank you.
Other questions? You need to go ahead and pursue.
Okay. Go ahead with budget presentation or any question. The capital outlay, like Brian said, one remount of an ambulance and then one new ambulance. We're running 4 trucks now, and I only have 1 spare truck. If something breaks down, we're in a bind. And I've got 2 trucks. The 2 oldest trucks, one of them has 279,000 miles on it, the other one has 250,000 miles. We're trying to rotate them out to keep the miles down as much as we can. But I need to replace one, remount it, and then I need another one so I can keep one as a spare. The next capital item is the Lucas device. The Lucas device, it's $16,000. It is a machine that, for the simplest way to describe it, it's a machine that can do chest compressions, very adequate, very good chest compressions in cardiac arrest victims.
How many of them we got?
We have 3 right now, but I have 1 truck that doesn't have one on it, and that's the truck that we're sending to Pelham, so we're switching it out. And keeping one of the trucks that's here without, so that they'll have one close if they need. The next one is $26,000 for turnout gear. We've been without turnout gear now for about 3 years. I've tried, so the turnout gear we had is out of date, so I had to pull it off the truck. The iSimulate device is a training device. It's a computer program that we can run medical scenarios through for training. That hooks directly in with our cardiac monitors. And we can simulate all kinds of different calls with it. It's a very good training tool. For personnel, I did put in for an administrative assistant. This position would, since we've started using Munis, Jason spends a lot of his time tied up doing Munis and doing the billing part of things. So that will be this position's primary responsibility, but the secondary responsibility of doing collections once our billing company reaches 120 days, then that money is not, it's left there. I mean, we don't have any means to actively try to get that money, so that position would be to try to collect bad debt. Operating expense, there was just a very small increase of $8,000 in the normal regular operating expense for EMS. That was mainly because of the increase in cost of medical supplies. We have seen several things that have increased quite a bit.
Commissioners, the other thing, are you finished?
Yeah.
The other thing that we're looking at for EMS is we're looking at an expense of $57,358.60 for Viper radios. Tell me what I'm talking about, the 800 radios that run on the Viper system, is that correct? So in conjunction with funding, or helping to fund the fire departments, EMS, and outfit the sheriff's cars, so our county can talk to surrounding counties and relay information very far distances when we need to. We need to update to a newer technology in our communication system, i.e. these 800 radios. I think that's standard in Person County, Alamance County, Rockingham County, Danville.
We can do something to come and talk to Danville.
So all of the surrounding counties have already made this transition. We're kind of lagging behind again in catching up with, but we believe these monies will be able to use the American Rescue Funds too. The sheriff's office, we're looking at a little bit more expense. In the $57,000, we're looking at $208,000 for the sheriff's office, and about $300,000 for the fire departments this year. And we may be able to fund them a little bit more, the fire departments, in next year's appropriation. As I told you, we get $2.2 million this year, $2.2 million next year. Fire departments will be able to then leverage the money that we're able to give them next year, and in return get another $300,000 or roughly thereabouts back from state grants. And we'll be at that point in time, each fire department would be able to be outfitted with the 800 radios, EMS, sheriff's office, and then one. And so that's our grand plan right now, to catch up with the other counties that surround us. I just wanted to make you aware of that as we move through the budget process. So when we talk about 800, or I mistakenly call it fire, whichever, you'll know what we're talking about.
Question, or not a question. Explain to us how now, at this time, how do you get in contact with other counties? If you're on scene and you need to contact other counties, what's the process you have to go through?
It depends on.
I mean, do you have to go back through 911 communications?
Yes.
Yeah. Whereas
for most situations, we have to call communications, and communications would call me.
Okay.
EMS has had 800 since 2005, but all of our stuff is out of date. It's gonna have to be replaced coming up. So.
In other words, they can talk to life flight crews coming in. A fine example was yesterday when you had a traumatic injury over at Hyco Lake, and communications could not actually comprehend everything that was being said, and somebody mentioned the 800 radio. I don't know if Station 7 had the 800 radio or not, so I didn't hear it. But if they had the 800 radio, there would not be any confusion at that point in what was being said to communication.
Right now, we have about 97% coverage countywide with 800 radios. Now, that's measured at street level, not inside some metal buildings, but we have pretty good coverage countywide. And we actually have 2 Viper towers built in the county on county lines. Well, one of them state line.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
could I ask the county manager, can we take some of this money from COVID to put up a tower?
We could,
I mean, that can be used for that, right?
it could,
So,
we could put up communication towers. We could.
We can use that money to buy,
Pardon?
with COVID money, right?
Yes,
we can use that money to buy radios, but that's what you're talking about.
we're hoping we can, we think we can. We think we can.
So the 800 Viper radio amount is not included in the present budget, correct?
No, that'll be something external that I bring to y'all a little bit later in the budget process. Hopefully after we get some of these answers that we're looking for. But I'm telling you, based on my general reading of the interim final rule guidance, it seems as though it would be allowed.
One additional thing, I'm not sure if you have it in your budget packets or not, the community paramedic position. We have received grant funding for that position. And that position is funded 100% for the next 5 years. And not only is funded 100% plus in year 2, the funding is there to add a second position. So that's all funded through the Danville Regional Foundation.
That's another position that we had when we gave you 2 positions last year.
No, this is a totally separate. She's been operating, being paid for the COVID money since last July. And she started out, all she was doing was seeing COVID patients. And it's transitioned into a community paramedic.
I think that position was initially referred to as a COVID paramedic and then community paramedic. We used one of our existing staff members to fill that position. And immediately, we saw positive results out of the position. I know for a fact that there were several lives saved simply because of her involvement in several situations, several lives here within Caswell of our residents.
So is that included in this
No, sir.
increase from 1,018,000 to 1,290,000?
That increase, no, her salary is not included in the budget at all. It's a totally separate budget that was turned in. It was a part of the grant process. The increase that you see there from last year to this year was the addition of the 4 positions that was put in last October, which started after last year's budget.
Plus the COLA increases.
Yeah.
And I informed the board that you will see that in just about every department.
Thank you. But that does include the administrative assistant.
Actually, no, sir, I did not put
That is not in here.
No. No, I was told the last time not to put it in there, so I didn't put it in there this time.
So is that,
It's the total cost.
is that a proposed addition or not? It's not.
Sorry, Mayor.
Couple of questions real
If you
quick.
don't ask, you don't get.
I'm shooting for the ambulances.
I knew, last year, when we hired additional staff with Peak Truck.
Correct.
So how's that working, and is that, do you see, has that realization of saving us from having to use outside help?
Yes, it is cut it. Probably 75%. Yeah. At least 75% of the amount of times we call outside. It's been a great addition.
And the other question I would have, and it maybe not a question, but I asked you to kind of share with the board, truck placements in the county, like you place one at Pelham. Just kind of explain the rationale as to why trucks go to certain places or whatever.
Right, the biggest thing is having a place to put. You know, we can't just set them in the middle of a parking lot and let them be there.
Right.
Station 6 will Pelham, that is our second highest call volume. When we looked at it, at that time, it's the second or third? Second highest call volume. So we talked to Pelham to see if they would allow us to have a truck there during the day. And with them being in Pelham, it cuts down our response time to Cassville as well as that particular area. I would like to put them other places, but just having the place that I can physically park and handle is the issue.
So right now, the only place is Pelham that you're placing a truck.
We got during the day at Pelham, and there's 3 trucks running out of gas.
Commissioner Jeffries,
Yeah, I do. What about Leesburg and Milton? Milton, Pico.
If y'all pay for me a place, I'll put them there.
Do what?
If y'all can pay for me a place, I'll put them there, but I can't just, I've got to have a place that's got room that I can put personnel there and have a truck that I can keep plugged up.
So your fire department, they have agreed.
I don't know that they've got room. And some more.
I will find out if it's got room.
And we also got to look at the call volume too, Mr. Jeffries. If I only have 3 calls a month and some more, I can't justify parking a truck and some more for 3 calls a month. I need it in a location where I can handle 2 or 3 separate areas versus,
So you think you get more calls out of Leesburg than you do Milton? Am I talking about Samoa? We talking about Milton, Estelle, and Samoa, all around that area, not just Samoa.
yeah, I mean, I gotta have a place that I can handle all of that area, the whole southwest or southeast area of the county. But that's the situation.
So,
And Mr. Jeffries, there's no truck in Pelham, by the way. I mean, in Leesburg, correct?
Was one there?
Yeah, but it's not.
Let's take it out.
yeah, there
When you talk to me-
was a truck at Leesburg.
Yeah, I know there was. I know that. I'm just telling, now there's not. Because when you talked to me about it, I asked him about it. He told me, and that's been a while, I don't know how long, that there was not one in Leesburg now, but that he would love to do it. We've just got to have a place that they,
I'll find out if
they can
place
use.
in Samoa Fire Department. I think that's one place needs to be looked at.
We'll discuss it, but
We can definitely look at the data, look at the call volume and get a and pinpoint a place that it would make the most sense to put one. And if that's some more fire department, we'd be happy to work with the fire department.
About 2, one in Milton, one in Samoa.
Okay. We'll take a look at it.
And one more question, this position, even though it's not in the budget, I want to know this. Because you said it would be doing the munis data and old debt collection. So, how do I phrase this? Is that a position that you think would be busy all day, every day on those 2 items?
yes. And they, it could, with the amount of money that they could potentially collect, they could pay for the position pretty easy.
How much is it?
What?
If they could collect.
We have, year before last, I had to go with this last year, we left roughly $200,000 not collected.
We're not gonna get all of that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at 30%, it's with the,
That's still not available.
Any other questions for? Yes, sir.
Yes, talk to me a little bit about this $100,000 in overtime.
The way that that's figured is I took every hour that's allotted for every employee, vacation and sick time, and multiplied it out individually by each person's hourly rate, and that's where I got the. So if paramedic A gets a total of 30 hours of sick time and 20 hours of vacation time, that's figured exactly hour for hour of allotted time that somebody potentially could be off for.
Maybe I'm missing something. To me, overtime means somebody's working overtime.
Yeah, so I think what the director's saying is if one of his staff members takes vacation, he's got to find somebody to fill in that vacant spot because, or go down a truck. And by having someone else come in and work that time that the one employee took off, he's going to end up paying overtime. Is that correct?
So that number went from 70,000 to 100,000?
We added 4 additional employees. So there's that much overtime or that much vacation, sick, and holidays.
And we're right at $90,000 that we've spent so far this year.
Okay, I think there's something, we need to look at something. I know people have to take vacation, I understand that, people are gonna be off. But how many total people we got on staff?
We have 24, 26, 28.
28 people. And we budgeted 100,000. in overtime.
But every hour that is taken off is costing me 2 to 2.5. And we're not like other departments where if somebody takes off, you just don't have anybody at that desk that day. If somebody takes a day off, we have to pay that employee for the sick time, and then we have to pay somebody else to come in. And if it's an overtime position, we're paying 2.5 times for that spot every time. Because I can't park a truck.
I have to think about this more. It seems to me that there has to be another option, some other option. That's all.
Study on that, county manager.
Absolutely.
And see what we can possibly, if anything, come up with. Any other?
I know it's not in the budget, and I think we mentioned the fact it's probably self-funding. But I'm struggling a bit with why new finance system, which is supposed to make life easier, more streamlined and save us money overall, costs more money that we need another person for EMS. And, you know, as I say, I know it's not in the budget. I don't want to waste everyone's time. I'm just struggling with that.
Well, I don't think it's not working for EMS. Do you?
Yeah, I think that's just one additional thing that part-timer.
I think the biggest thing that part-time employee, I think, would be doing is going after the accounts that are more than 120 days old with our current billing, EMS billing company, and trying to recoup.
That I guess. I just was mentioned that part of that time was to deal with units.
And he probably does 1 hour to 2 hours every day associated with me.
As opposed to what now without this?
15 minutes at the most. Before, all we did is stamp it, write the line item on it and turn it in. It's not that easy.
So someone else was having to enter it into the egg financial system.
Yes, we are.
So what they've done is they've outsourced that entry to you, basically.
Well, I think we said last year though, with the extra positions that we cut down on the part-time help, right?
Well, my problem is I don't have any part-time people. We're not getting any applications.
But I mean, that was-
It's even incredibly hard to get full-time EMS paramedic applications at this point in time.
Yeah, we've had a total of 3 applications before.
And I'm gonna tell you, the last study that I looked at, Caswell ranked as one of the top 5 payers for EMS positions in the state. So it's not paid. In many instances, it's strictly not paid.
And for EMS, I mean, it's a shortage. You know, when you have the bigger cities that are parking 11, 12 trucks per 12-hour shifts because they can't put people in the seats.
Anything else? We're gonna take a quick recess and come right back. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, this time I'll call our meeting back to order, and Commissioner Hall, did you need to go ahead?
I just wanted to comment, we've got the Board of Health and maybe another department that's dealing with bad debt. And I think we might want to consider, rather than piecemealing it, getting someone designated, department designated to deal with bad debt. We've got 200,000 plus in EMS, probably 200,000 or 300,000 plus over in the health department. And pretty soon we'll be talking about some big dollars. And the second thing I think we need to look at is our collector, our contract with them. You know, anybody can do the easy work for 6 months and then just walk away. And that seems to be what happened. I'm using 6 months as an example. Maybe it's a year and a half, I don't know. And then they say, okay, it's on you, back to us. So 2 things I would hope we consider is number 1, doing our own debt collection. And number 2, looking closer at contracts that we sign with outside collectors.
We'll move on to our next item.
So Commissioners, we have 911 communications. Last year's budget was $698,670. This year, we're looking at $768,664. We have our 911 communications director here. I'll let him run through your budget, 3 minutes budget with you, really quickly. And I think you've got some additional requests. Okay.
Okay, so we went through, just to start and go over some things. When you go through the budget, you'll see that salaries, all of our insurance and benefits changed slightly for COLA raises and other things, just like the other departments did. There's not a lot of change. There's some things in there such as phone bills that I just can't, we can't do without. We have to have an increase in those. Professional services was $3,000 for console cleaning, and our uniforms went up because we've added some additional employees as part-time wise for some of their clothes that they use. As we go through, small tools and equipment increased because we added some additional things such as an LED screen, LED TV screen, a projector, another internet source to have some connectivity there besides having our Comcast and Verizon, Comcast and CenturyLink. You want to add in a cell type mobile data. So we'll have a third connection there in the event that we lose the others, which we have. So we kind of want to have redundancy in place. And we also want to add in an additional power, like a monitor for our generator that's outside. So we'll know exactly when it comes on instead of just going out reading the hours. We'll have an actual electronic log of when it comes on for it when it's tested, and when the power is lost, how long it was on that time. So we want to put those things into place. There's not a lot of other things that changed. There was an increase in our tower sites for our paging capabilities that we saw our maintenance increase this year as well. Just because they're getting on, getting in age, they're about 10 to 12 years old. We went through a few maintenance problems with those, so that those line kind of increased in price. The biggest one was really personnel, and we also added some capital funding improvements in there, which was one to replace the old Sally Port gate that's at the back of the 911 where the old detention centers are together. That gate's been there. We were looking for something a little bit more modern that was just an entrance gate that was for our employees to go in where they come in that way, that would add security and wouldn't be a complete opening gate. It has to close by pushing a button. You can take that down and just have a single gate entry for them to come and go. That would keep us secure a little bit better. The two things that, one thing that I did add in the budget this year, and I asked, it's not in our salary line items, was I asked for two additional employees. And the reason I asked for those two additional employees, we need some coverage during our peak hours. Right now, we operate two consoles, 24/7, 365. And we haven't had a staffing increase since 2006. When I say a staffing increase, that's on full-timers. In 2006 and 2007, our staff went down to one telecommunicator at night. So you imagine sitting in there, being by yourself, and having to use the restroom, who answers the 911 phone? Well, they went to two because it was a liability and because they needed it. That was almost 15 years ago. Our call volume has went significantly increased since 2007 to a point now where our peak hours, we're really busy for two people. And we've used part-timers during the peak days, like the weekends to cover. Sometimes on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays, we've used part-timers from, let's say, 10 to 8 at night to cover during our peak hours. Well, that was great, but the other times during the week, who's there? To where the administration staff goes in there and sits down on the console to get through certain calls. And a lot of times that has to take place. And so right now our need is to where we need somebody, we need a person every day, 7 days a week to cover from about 9 to 9 or 10 to 10 is our peak hours during the day for 12-hour shifts so we can get through. In 2007, we were serving the close to the same population, but not quite as many, but our call volume was about 9,000 911 calls and only about a little over 20,000 administration calls in a year. Right now, we're taking almost 11,000 911, 36,000 administration calls, and processing 18,000 in the CAD system for emergency responders on the road. when we only have, back in, let's just say, back in 2011, we only were processing about 11,000 calls. So we've saw almost an 8,000 call increase. We've seen double the deputies, double the EMS providers on the road. Note that we didn't have community paramedicine then. We didn't have civil division with the officers they have on the road, nor the admin. We're taking calls for DOT at night and during the day and calling them with trees down. We take calls for animal control, we take calls for solid waste. We've even had health department and other things that come in. And who contacts the town in the middle of the night? So 911 has changed a lot for Caswell County. And it's a huge benefit for us because you think about it, who's up during the day or at night? We're taking all these calls and we need some help. And the thing is, we try to answer 90% of our calls in 10 seconds. We're doing good with that, but the problem we have is we're put on hold. We have to put them on hold because we get, a wreck comes in on 86. It's not your normal, hey, you got 1 or 2 calls on it. We could get 5 to 8. Well, who answers 5 to 8 calls when one of you is trying to get information and one of you has to dispatch all these resources? About 5 weeks ago, a Sunday afternoon, had 2 cardiac arrests coming in back to back within 6 minutes. Well, if one person answers that 911 phone and gives post-dispatch instructions like CPR instructions and airway instructions and what to do, who dispatches all the people and who answers the radio? Because one of you is on the phone, and if the phone rings one more time, we have to put somebody on hold. So whether it be our responder that's out in the community that's going to this call or somebody else who's requesting help, they're going to have to be placed on hold. And they're going to have to say, we're going to have to do the best we can do. And our staff has done a tremendous job. When I say multitask, they multitask like I've never seen before because they're able to handle from phone calls to radios to making notes to calling other resources. And so we've really grown over the last 15 years to a point where I think peak staff is needed for us to provide the job that we need to on the level of service that these citizens expect. And that makes it difficult for us all, but that's what we do.
And that is not in the budget at all.
Those 2 positions.
And it wasn't even requested.
They were requested in the supplemental information, right?
They were.
They were requested in the supplemental.
So how much increase are we looking at from last year, this year, Brian?
If you include those 2 positions, how much are those 2 positions? 64. 64, you're looking at 100, 140, 150.
Can we use any of that COVID money to offset that?
Put them back in so we can try to figure out what we can do.
All right, we'll put them back in for the.
Put them back in because I want to see what we can do. Man, I can do everything.
How many calls do you get from other counties?
Typically, we get more from person and we transfer more to person. It's something about the cell phone towers, the way they are right now. They come into us or go to them. So I would probably say we do somewhere between 8 and 12 transfers a day to person, probably 4 to 5 to a Rockingham, maybe 1 or 2 to Alamance. Alamance is not as common to get transferred.
Out of how many calls a day?
100, average about 140 administration, about 59 home runs. It's about 190 a day. That's on a normal day. I can give you busier days with a lot higher numbers and I can give you a lot less, but that's about average.
But the 911 calls you get from person, or whatever, those are 911 calls.
That's correct.
not
Yes, sir.
street. But how many do they get from us? Is it about a wash?
Close, usually, yes.
How about with Pennsylvania County? How many do you get from them? Or Dana?
That state line's really rough. Probably as many about person. For some reason, the eastern part, northern part, the cell phone towers lay in a different direction than they always go. But the new phone system that we're going to, and that we go in 2 days, where it's supposed to be pinpoint accuracy with about 10 meters of accuracy to, kind of eliminate that. And so with the boundaries set up that we put in place with our GI3 with the state system, along with GIS here in the county, it's the towers picked up almost pinpoint accuracy all the way down all your north, south, east, and west county lines, so they'll help with that. And it gives them accurate pinpoint location where they're at.
Yeah, I know, I had to call Sunday, I was in Pelican, right in the middle, and went to Pennsylvania County, but the good thing was the transfer was very quick to Castle. So I didn't have to wait long to get them.
So the 800 phones,
800
radios, how does that play into your call service?
The radios is pretty much, when you give out a call, it's how they talk back to you and how you talk to them.
Okay, so it's more on the delivering service than requesting service.
Correct. That is all for our field responders. Our biggest thing on the 800 is 800 capabilities. When you go out and you need to talk, when you push the button, you're going to get out. Right now, I'll give you a prime example. There's areas in Cherry Grove and Prospect Hill that without using a car radio, you're not going to get out. And so you would have to use the radio in your car. So when you're staying with that officer, it is most important for me when you talk about sheriff's officers, because they go, typically, it's only 4 of them, they may be by themselves. And when they're at the front door and something goes bad, and he reaches for his mic to click it and say, I need help, is that radio going to get out? Right now, I can't tell you that. I hope it gets out for him, but there's places that it won't. And it's just like the fire service, it's the same thing. When they need help, they click it. Our UHF system just is not that strong and doesn't put out those wakes. So it's a safety issue. We can rebuild a UHF system for about $2 million because it would have to be digital with towers and radios and everything. Where now the choice is Viper, because you have the towers in place, you need the accessories to go along with it. The thing is, we could be on UHF, what we have now, but we're on an island to ourselves. There's no interoperability. So when, like Barry was talking about, you run things through communication, we request another truck or another fire station or additional law enforcement officer because we need them from another county. When they get dispatched, they can pick up the radio and switch a channel. And they can be on the Caswell channel, or the Caswell resources can be on the Rockingham channel, and they'll have what we call an operations channel, attack channel. It's one that everybody's on for that incident. I can talk clear as well. So
I'm not making a case for or against the 800 radio. I'm just trying to understand, assuming we get the 800 radio, how does that impact your operations that make it more difficult, less difficult, more busy, less busy, more efficient, less efficient?
It makes us a lot more efficient in getting out to our responders, but it's still the same amount of people talking back to us. It's the same amount of phone calls coming in. It's just changing how they communicate with us, if we're able to. The one thing that does help us so greatly was, you remember the ice storm in February. Well, right now, our radios don't have the capabilities of assigning channels to every station. So we had basically 2 channels of 10 fire departments. So you think about it, 300 volunteers on the road that day talking back and forth, because we answered and dispatched over 450 calls. You know how many people was working that day to dispatch? 5. We only had 2, so where did those come from? They were part-timers and administration staff that were called and said, come to work, because this is a mess.
Well, I fully agree with Commissioner McVeigh. Let's put
I
your
think
2
Vernon,
people back in and
Yeah,
let's see what we can do.
the 800 radios, Vernon, when you all way somewhere known, they were talk back with the 800 radio.
Yes, sir. We deployed down to the coast on a hurricane and up to the mountains to the big fires up there. And we had to have somebody from their area to go with us because we had no capability of talking unless we had somebody with us. And yeah, just, if you don't mind, to Steve, it does help his a little bit because there's places where firemen they can't get out. His dispatchers have to ask sometimes 2 or 3 times repeat your traffic, and sometimes they still don't get.
Well, that's kind of what my assumption was. If he's got to fish for the incoming calls or find a person to relay a call to 2 or 3 times, that makes it more difficult.
Can you use any of the, can we use any COVID money on the buying 800 radios?
I think we can.
Do you, have, maybe if you can't answer, I know Vernon can, you know how much we have in the 911 fund?
Yes, sir, I do. It's on your,
Is it on this sheet here?
our county manager requested a complete budget layout, or map of general fund versus 911 distribution. It's right here on your 4th page. And on your last 3 in the packet that I give everybody. This year's appropriations were $105,000. Our fund balance estimated right now after our audits remains at 260, which gives us a total of 365. We are required by state statute 20% in that fund. So we would take out our 20%, that would leave us at 290. And so the total 911 surplus charge money for this year in our budget was $290,000. That keeps us at 20%. You know, those funds that we can't cover, and I kind of laid out some specifics there in the sentence of what exactly the monies are used for and how we appropriate them. It just can't be used for any person. It can't be used for anything other than holding or taking 911 calls or dispatching 911 calls or holding 911 equipment. Excuse me.
The other questions?
You say, I think I misunderstood. Heard Rick say something about putting it back in. Had you took the money out, what he requested?
What we were talking about as far as putting the money back in that he had took out for the extra employees.
No, it was never taken out. It
Okay.
just was never put in.
Never put in, okay.
Yeah. It showed up in the supplemental.
For the 2 extra employees.
Yeah, I think we need to put it in.
All right. I guess that's it.
You are part of an elite group that we've asked to have money put back in.
We certainly appreciate it.
Now stop talking.
See if you can get a badge thing or something.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate it.
Oh, I want a paper badge.
Appreciate the job everybody's doing down there. I hear wonderful things and good comments about 911.
We do. Our staff is tremendous. We've jumped some leaps and bounds in the last couple of years. New phone system going in 2 days. That's been a huge undertaking. Addressing our GIS. Josh and Randy have worked tremendously on that. They get all the credit for that. They really do well. And we start new emergency medical dispatch software July 20th. All staff have trained on it, and so it's been really good for that too. They had to go through a whole entire weekend. It was 24 hours of training, so that's been well. We'll do fire dispatch training coming in the fall, and then we'll go law enforcement in the spring is our plan. So we've done some great things. Great things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll do some good work at Walgreens now. I'm sorry, couldn't help it. Couldn't help it, guys.
Commissioners, we. Trust fund. That makes sense. Commissioners, we have our register of deeds with us, as you mentioned. We do see a budget increase, from the register of deeds this year. I'll ask the register to give you an overview of her budget. Last year, there's some line items that weren't included in your budget are not included in this year's budget that seem to be in last year's budget. I'm not exactly sure why that is. Those are the Children's Trust Fund, domestic violence remittance, and the excise tax remittance. I'm not sure why they're not there. They may have been moved to an addition, a different fund, but overall, you're seeing an increase year over year in the budget. So I'll ask Ms. Mitchell.
Well, actually, no, we're not seeing. I don't see it here.
Well, if you take out the remittance fees for excise tax, domestic violence, and children's trust fund from last year's and make that equivalent to this year's, you do see an increase.
It's not included on board.
I get it. So you take out those three fees out of last year's budget and come up with $188,000. This year you're looking at, the requested is $239,922, and the manager's recommended is $195,230. So either way you look at it, it's a $7,000 increase on the manager's recommended budget and about a $50,000 increase in the departmental request.
Do we have, I know in some comment, do we have all the rest of these employees back at work? Is anybody working from home, still working from home?
I have one still working from home, due back August 26th.
And how many employees do you have in that department?
3, 4, including myself. I have a assistant, which is working from home till August 26th. I have a county transfer that came into my office in August. And it's 4 of us, but I can back up and explain that. With the COVID pandemic last year in March, I had, normally it's 2 employees, 1 deputy, 1 assistant, and myself. Been that way for years. With the pandemic, the deputy that I had hired quit. And the assistant started working from home. Her child is autoimmune deficiency. So then I found myself by myself. So I worked that, lessened the hours some, and then worked every day. And then I hired a deputy June 1st. And then a transfer came on board, a county transfer came on board August. I don't know the exact date, somewhere in August. Due to the fact that the deputy that I had just hired informed me that she was pregnant. So she was going out in December. So she went out in December. It was myself and the county transfer until February, March, April. Until, just a moment, please. It was April believe it was in, April, the end of April. And it's March, April, May, June. Excuse me, May 25th. There it is, May 25th, it finally hit me, sorry. She has, like I said, come back to work May 25th. The assistant's coming back August 26th. We have, you see that, an increase in the salaries. Of course, it's due to me being over budget with that lateral, county transfer. Also, I believe with the 3,000 additional for the assistant back in the fiscal year budget was approved, which was probably showing on that. And I'm asking for a $4,000 raise for the register. Reason being that I started with the county in 2008 at the Register of Deeds. Of course, I was a deputy, then assistant. And then I finished out the previous register's term, and then I ran for office and was elected. And that has been a total of 13 years. I have a legal background in title search that it's good to have in my office. We do work of a legal nature, but we cannot perform a legal advice or paralegal. We just need to know. We need to be trained in that type of situation and be able to answer customers that usually have a legal question when they are recording their documents and things like that, and of course, vital records. We get approached with a lot of legal circumstances, and these ladies or gentlemen have to be trained in a very unique way. And I feel that I have the background through all of this, and that's why I'm asking. I've never asked for a raise before. I've always got whatever the 2% or whatever everybody else has, except for the year before when the sheriff and I didn't get any raise. So I'm asking for that. And I am I don't know if you've ever heard of it, I am a working register where we have 100 counties in North Carolina, and all 100 counties have a register of deeds. And you have large, you have small, you have medium, and things like that. And a working register is a person, a register that does her register's work, like the budget and things like that, going to conferences, making sure we know what the statutes are, whether they're changed, how they're implemented in my office. I also do the out front work. I do any deputy, assistant, anything they do, amendments, delays, vital records, recording, indexing, and also training. So I do their job. And also mine. And that's what I'm asking for that. With the pandemic, of course, I explained that, and I want to go on to explain the Deputy 2 position I would like to keep. I've not named a deputy, I've just said deputy and assistant and myself. She came to be in that position, like I said, a county transfer. She has been wonderful in the office. She has been myself and her. I've had the deputy that went home to have her baby also still works from home. And the assistant also still works from home. Although there is parts that has been assigned to my assistant that she can't do, that I have to do, and my deputies have to be trained to do, is amendments and delayed. And that is amendments on vital records, means anything that a customer, a name is spelled wrong, or some kind of amendment on the birth record. And that's an amendment. A delayed birth is someone that was born in the county but doesn't have a birth certificate. They have to prove they were born in the county. So, this Vital Records has a lot of, examples that we have to get from the customer to prepare all that and send to Vital Records for them to approve for a delayed birth. So that's a lot of steps in that, a lot of steps and amendments. And, my assistant was taking care of amendments, delays, and indexing.
Can I stop you there? Is that the lady that we gave the salary to? Is that the lady we gave the salary increase to? Two parts?
Yes, yes, sir, yes, sir. Mhm.
And how long has she been working from home?
She has been, she went out March 2020 and scheduled to come back August 26th. We, of course, like I said, I'm still training. This job, whether it be deputy one, whether it be deputy two, whether it be myself or assistant, see new things all the time. And let's see, let me get my thoughts together. I'm sorry. There, you know, with a child, that has a autoimmune system deficiency, when he was 2, it was discovered, and he could have died. So with this COVID, according to science, we know that children are not as affected, but with an autoimmune problem, then that case goes up. So this is why she is at home. She is performing e-recordings, all e-recordings that come in, and all indexed. And her emails, and answering, going back on her recordings on her phone and handling customers and things like that. Only so much of her job can be done at home. She's doing a big part of it. But the amendments and delays, luckily we're at this time not having a whole bunch of those. So we're just a few here and there or in process. It takes a while. It takes a while to do this. It takes up to 3 to 6 months. The ladies out front are handling customers, handling calls. I would say a customer per customer could last from anywhere from 5 minutes up to 20 minutes per customer, whether it be on the phone, whether it be in person, depending on the nature of their questions. And we have to kind of direct them of where to go, how to go, without telling them what to do. It's tricky. It's very tricky without stepping over that line into a legal situation. So they have to be trained carefully. So now with my next reasoning or I can't think of the word, but anyway, this past year, well, like I said, in March, I was trying to get another e-recording in my office. This is more than North Carolina. This is a little bit more different states type of thing, a little bit larger. That has been tabled for now because of the COVID, because we were, at the time, it was just myself and then myself in a lateral move. It was just too much work, would be involved in that. And also, I was in the middle of trying to get a Vital Records, North Carolina Vital Records has a program, it's called EBRS. And I'm not sure if I've discussed it with you all before, but what that is customers can come into my office and obtain a birth certificate anywhere in North Carolina from 1971 to the present date. We cannot do that right now. To get a birth record in my office, you have to be born in Castle County, and we've pretty much kind of went through that because we don't have a hospital. We were born at home, and most people born at home were born at home from whenever they started was 1913 up until 1950 or so. So with this added program, it would have helped our office, even more. Now they are getting rid of the EBRS. And now we're doing, it is called NC Dave. And what that is basically the same thing with birth records. Now it's added with death records. Everything, North Carolina bio records are going paperless. And we will be able to acquire birth and death anywhere in North Carolina. In the past, to get a death certificate, it has to be Castle, you have to die in Castle County. We turn a lot of people away on both accounts. This is going to be mandatory. This is not something that we can implement on our own or want to. This is mandatory. And it will be going in all Register of Deeds office, all North Carolina by December. We're training right now. And let's see. Where's it at? This is the training manual. This is just for deaths. This is just for deaths. So, but the birth is going to be similar. Of course, you're going to have problems with that. I don't know everything yet because we're training on that. And earlier we had a bill, or the Register of Deeds Association had a bill. North Carolina GS 51-1 is an act in which will require the Register of Deeds office to authorize marriage officiants. That has been tabled right now. They were going to mandatory put that in the office also, but right now that's tabled. We don't know how long. To wherein someone can come in and say, hey, I want my brother to marry us. And right then and there, they fill out paperwork provided by us, and we authorize it, we officiate him, but that's been tabled. So, and with the added news, I have my county transfer has been handling that. And she is now training my deputy, which had been gone. She's back, like I said. Just in case my county transfer is out or vacation or things like that, it was suggested to have one person in the office to handle that. And she has been, along with her regular duties, along with customer service, along with answering the phones in office. And so that is, I think that's all I have on requesting the position. If I can't get the position, I will have to terminate somebody. So, I just wanted to, give the reasons why I feel that that position would be, needed. And like I said, I see a lot of people that have to turn away with these birth records and death. They'll think that they live in North Carolina, that they ought to get their death certificate in Caswell. If they live in Caswell, they think they can get their death certificate in Caswell of a loved one. And if they went to a hospital and they pronounced them at the hospital, it would be in the hospital of that county. But this changes, the NC Dave changes all of that and birth. So it will definitely bring up the revenues, and the staff will be busy.
You said you asked for $4,000 increase. What is your present salary now?
For, I'm sorry, I can't hear.
What is your present salary you're making now?
It is 48,636. 48,636.
Okay.
I have other things that I have attached for each of you, if you would like to look at it. That is the proposal and showing what I've seen since 2008, since I've been a deputy all the way to now, and the changes that's coming. That in 2008, when I started work, that was me as a deputy, an assistant, and the register. things have changed since then with the implements of everything that is, implemented in my office and becoming mandatory. I also have a description of the deputy, like say, a description of the job and things like that. And that's all I have.
Just please leave us a copy of that.
I'm sorry.
Leave us a copy of
Sure.
of that material for each commissioner.
Yes.
We'll have that to review. Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm hard of hearing, so I'm sorry.
Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Anybody else? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Cool.
Next to last.
Before we get started, Cole, I have a couple comments I want to make. Before we get started with Cole, I have a couple comments I want to make. And Brian, I mean, this, I hope you don't take it the wrong way, it's nothing against you, but, I think it's a problem when you have county attorneys tell you that you got a problem in the register of deeds, that you need to look at that office. It's too much help in it. I have a real problem that we gave that assistant register of deeds a raise, and we gave her half of it, then we gave the other half last July, and she's been working from home from March 2020, not coming back to August 26 this year.
Will you address that right now, or is that better addressed? Is it, if it's the one I'm thinking about, the family?
I think it would be better suited for a personnel.
That's what I was saying.
Session personnel.
We will just talk about that in closed session. Okay.
I think we need to.
And you can add that on to this meeting if you want to,
But
at the end of this, well.
Let's see, but yeah, we may do that. And you can clarify.
I mean, I'm very familiar with the register of deeds office. My mom was register of deeds for 24 years, and it was very Marie Riddick, and another lady was taking care of that office.
We'll do that in closed session. We may do it today if we.
But I am hearing something from the county attorneys at Good Fortune about that office. That's being not there half the time, and it's a problem, so.
Anything else?
No, I'm ready to get it.
Okay, all right, okay, so we'll get that in closed session.
Okay, commissioners, we have our maintenance department. Our maintenance department is one of the departments that you can see has a decrease in their requested funding. So with that being said, we're looking at $71,800 in capital request. So I will tell you that includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 air conditioners, windows in the agricultural building. It excludes paving in the Cat's parking lot. It excludes paving the 911 parking lot. It does include a lawnmower to replace a 7-year-old lawnmower that's quite honestly seen its better days. And I think it includes restriping all county parking lots and handicap parking places. Okay. And we would probably need to add another $7,000 to the, so it would probably be $78,800. We have some issues at the senior center with drainage. Drainage coming off the hill, it stays wet, the lawnmowers keep marring up in it. We can't get it dry enough, no matter what. We've had it worked on once before.
I'm a brick fan, I think that's what you're at. It's where in the front, it dried up for about a year and now the water's back. It's like it's an underground stream there. You can start walking up the hill about half the way. The ground is just doing that.
And so we're having some problems with the drainage. We've spoken with a contractor that's pretty confident that they can fix it for about $7,000.
This is for the going down to the back.
Yeah.
We figured out a way to fix it.
Well, we talked about putting mulch and creating an area that doesn't have to be mowed, as well as including plants that are high moisture users to deal with that wet spot. But down in the bottom in that ditch, it drains all the way to the back of the senior center, right?
You know, it used to be that short distance where Rudy never did come back. And now it's kind of got all the way around to almost the front corner of the building on the right side going.
So that's what this quote would take care of. The other problem with this is with it continually being wet, is we're seeing a large number of snakes, copperheads, even occasionally getting inside the building. So we really need to mitigate the water issue surrounding the city. So, and here again, that's $7,000.
We need to take care of that. Snakes getting in the senior center.
It sure help.
I said, the snakes getting in there?
Snake skins? No, snakes.
Oh, we need to do
Real
something.
snakes. They kill them inside of in their copperhead.
We need to do something about that. Like, dead ones all alive.
It's dry time, and it's dry like this, the water still come up.
It's still wet out there. It can go 2 weeks and not rain. You can walk up that hill and the ground's just as smooth.
You don't think you have a leak? You don't think you have a,
This is spring.
you don't think you have a leak in your water line? Unless
There's no water line there. The only thing.
We've had the water tested.
Even had it tested. No chlorine whatsoever in the water. The water line is on the other side of the road.
What are the answers?
Artesian well.
Have a county
Sell it the
extension,
answer.
I encourage extension, to go up and look at it, see, can it put some drain, cut some drains out.
Well, we've already put a drain on the front of it, but it's.
Could be underground spring sometime, yeah.
Well, I asked, Larry Butts to come out there where it's so wet, take a track hoe and dig it out and see if they can see where the water's coming. It might make a creek down through that end. But we need to find out exactly what's under that drain.
Water feature of the seniors. This is spring.
It can go 2 or 3 weeks and not rain. You walk up through that and smooth.
So we're happy to answer any other questions you have about the maintenance.
Did y'all get the generator for the pump station and the? this-
Waiting on the guy to come start it up now.
Okay.
He's called the guy. But I hadn't got the diesel fuel in it yet, but by the time he gets here, I'll have the diesel fuel.
On the HVACs, we're replacing 4. Do you see any more, do we have any other ones that,
We got a lot of old ones. We got 5 on top of Guilford that's made in 1999. So let me put it this way. We got 5 up there. We replaced one 2 years ago. We hadn't worked on them 4, but the new one, we worked on it 3 times since we put it in there. I say let's leave the old ones in there another month until they give out. But what I'd like to see you do here, me and Brian talked about this, put money in a pot or a line, and if one goes out, take it off of that line. We may take one out made in 1999, it might run another 5 years. See what I'm saying?
right,
And if you got that money on that line and you need it, we'll use it. If you don't, we don't use it. Or either we can start replacing them, and I've got them listed by the years that, how old they are. There's one of them sold, I couldn't even find the date on it, and then James Heaton and Air, they couldn't tell me how old it was, and that one's just a health department.
Let's not replace that.
And the first one on the line is 1996, we got a lot of trouble with it, we need to replace that. That's just something I mentioned to Brian about, if you had that money on that line and you got one to go out, there it is. Or if you rather go and start replacing. And what we get now is not gonna last like these have. We got one on top of the jail now that the compressor bad, that's $2,100. The one on top of DSS was 2 years old, the compressor went bad on it. Courthouse, we've already had to replace 2 of those.
And these only have like a 1-year.
5-year warranty. The one on top of DSS was covered by warranty. One on top of the detention center, no, 5 years. Commercial units are guaranteed for 5 years.
So how many non-commercial units do we have?
2 or 3. Well, I'll take that back. I'm not sure exactly how many it is.
I mean, most of the commercial.
Well, now, the one that was on top of DSS, that's commercial. It only lasted 2 years, the compressor.
But it was replaced.
Yeah,
Under
but it was under warranty. But it's 5-year warranty either way. If it's commercial, it's 5 years. If it's residential, it's 10 years.
It's like residential.
So there any,
So how many are you talking about? 5 now at 78, 8?
Well, that's
How many
5,
have-
there's 4 on there, but
2, 2,
Well, Brian just mentioned,
4.
but you just said to move it to
What?
78, 8.
Yeah, and that
That's other
includes,
stuff too.
that's all the capital items,
Is that 4 or 5?
4,
Just 4?
4 air conditioning.
Well, I've said all along, we ought to have a preventive maintenance escrow fund so that we're not scrambling at the last minute to deal with this.
Several years ago, Steve, before you came on the board, Nate was on the board, and he suggested several years ago, we had a capital fund. We had money in a capital fund, and that way we could take it out and do stuff down there.
And I said that from day one. That's how any business operates. You don't go from emergency to emergency.
Got a question. I'm glad, and I'm gonna ask you, back when I first got on the board years ago, I started harping about maintenance work order system that we could pull up and everything. Have we got any further along on that?
Oh, that's the best thing we ever done.
Have we got any further along where I can go in and pull up and see what
You
work
should,
orders?
you should be able to go in there and see anything you want to.
Okay. That's good. I wasn't sure we.
Zoho is the name of it.
Huh?
Zoho. ZOHO.
So I can go down to the Smith's office and pull it up and see what's been done, have your outstanding work orders we got.
David may have to go in there and set it up.
Right.
But it'll come in on our phones and we know what's going on before we even in the office or shop.
Do we have any idea at this point how many work orders we done this past year?
It's on there, but I couldn't tell you.
It's on there, okay. There's nobody else
It's on
on
that,
that
it's on that side.
whether it was available for us to be able to pick up on that now until we put in 15 water faucets somewhere.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Go in there and see everything we've done.
Okay. Good deal.
Oh, yeah, I like it. It's a whole lot better than one that had in Dan River.
Does it have man hours and stuff on it too?
No, we don't put the hours on or how much time we spend on it.
I think that's something you should look at, is being able to record hours that's spent on certain products.
I think you can do that. I'll have to look at it.
See, it could not do
It's-
That way, if it takes 3 hours to do the yard this week and 6 hours to do it next week. Why? Yeah,
Right now, because we're only running one lawnmower.
we're only running one.
Yeah. Jelani's out, Calvin's out,
What's-
BJ's doing the mowing.
Are they out for extended periods?
I don't know if Calvin's coming back or not. That's why I requested one person on that crew and one on the cleaning crew.
Because I hadn't heard that either one of them were out.
Well, Jelani's out on maternity leave. He's supposed to be back next week. Calvin's been out 7 weeks, 8 weeks. And he had a knee replacement, and now he's having a lot of trouble with his hip since they done the knee replacement. He says he can't sit for 10 minutes, and if he gets up, he.
Thank you.
Up to that close,
Anyway, he's not working.
We have, as you may remember, commissioners, we contacted the school set several years ago, and we asked for some summer help for maintenance. And that's the way we got Jelani. He came to us through that program. We contacted them looking for 2 additional workers this year, and have not received a call back. I tell you, it's hard to get people right now. Period.
What about going through Ken Wallington at PCC was one of those for a couple of
Well,
us.
I'll certainly call Mr. Wellington. But, you know, we wanted to stay with the same program we had before. But, you know, when you post a very decent paying job and you get 1 to 2 applicants for that position, and there's been several positions like that where we.
It's COVID money to run people don't want to work no more, so.
I mean,
When was the last, seemed like we bought you some lawnmowers.
We bought 2 lawnmowers year before last. Parks and Rec got one, we got one. The old one is a little one that you asked me why we bought that time. And it's about 7 years old.
And that's the first, that was the first
That's the first.
zero turn that was bought, I think, for the
We had a
county.
John Deere, but I think they got it at Lowe's.
I couldn't remember, I knew we bought you some lawnmowers since I've been on the board, but I
We
couldn't.
got, well, actually, we got 2 big ones, you got that little small one. Another big one would help us out a lot.
You don't have any idea how many hours you
I
got.
couldn't tell you the hour or something.
Is that on the work order system?
I mean, hours, no.
Well, at least you didn't do like at school. They went down and bought 4 of them, then a month later contracted more than that.
They should have donated us some more.
Yeah.
Well, has anybody ever looked to see what it would cost for us to contract more than that?
It has been looked at in the past, but before I came here. We actually about 61 acres of land.
Is it worth
So we
it?
looked at that not too long ago. We looked at that a couple of years ago.
I think we talked about it. I don't know if you ever done it or not.
I don't remember.
Is it worth looking at?
I think it is. I think it'd be a good idea.
So if you had to have 2 mowing machines, what's the average cost of them? 15,000?
We paid 12 for the last 2 we bought, and the price of this one is 12,800.
So you're looking at 24,000 there.
You're gonna find it's just like everything else. You're not gonna find anybody to do it.
No.
To contract?
Yeah, contract loan.
I believe you can.
Oh, yeah, it's a bunch of contract more out here.
A lot of contracts.
Got Skeeter Butts and several of them doing it, yeah.
We can certainly take a look at it.
Ken
I
Walker's
think it
doing it.
may be with your personnel situation, it may be time for the county to sort of look and see about contracting that.
We can certainly take a look at it and give you some options.
Yeah, I think you need to.
What about almost a similar kind of thing to the HVAC issue? In other words, can we buy an insurance?
A maintenance
plan?
contract?
Well, an insurance plan to replace these things. Is there,
Probably not.
I don't know anything specific like this, but it seems like, is there something out there like that we pay, picking up $10,000 a year, $20,000 a year, and it will cover X number of HVAC maintenance, replacements, whatever?
I'm not aware of anything like that on a commercial basis. I know there's some residential things that do those kind of things, but I don't know.
Years ago, we had this prison for cutting grass. Probably remember that, they kept on going to them.
They don't do anything like that anymore.
Clean group contract right there in the prison for cutting grass. That's years ago. And I don't think it was the lawn board, it was turned up so bad that took it away.
That would free up a bunch of personnel if you could find, we could make it worthwhile to contract out some of this stuff, so far as Lloyd's concerned. I think you're gonna have to look somewhere besides just here in this county to get prices on it too.
We'll definitely take a look at contracting it out and give you some options.
I know it was talked about 2 or 3 years ago. I didn't know what the.
Any other questions, comments, or maintenance?
I think you ought to throw another HVAC in at least.
Well, I think what would probably be a good thing to do is, I think your total on HVACs for this time is 36,000 maybe. If we just did a line item of $50,000 for HVAC for this year, then if you had a couple go out, you would still have money in that line item. You would have to come back before us to take care of those issues.
That's kind of like what I was talking about.
I think that's a good idea.
I just think he wouldn't have to come back because with the ages that we have, and he may still have to come back because we never know, we could have several go out at one shot, but that way he doesn't have to necessarily come back. He can go ahead, he'll have those items in there, that money in there.
And they're gonna go out in the summer.
The 2 compressors,
Yeah, they go out to worst time. I understand.
Absolutely.
the 2 compressors that went out at the courthouse, they were under warranty. And it still cost us over $12,000. That's labor free on, that's a 40-ton unit.
All right, any other?
So you're gonna make that change?
Yes. She's got them. Jennifer's got them. Thank you, Cole.
Appreciate your job, y'all doing.
All right. We got one more.
Saving the best for last.
You know one left?
Saving the best for last.
Wait a minute, Ashley, come on. AJ, come on.
No, you never got enough money.
Y'all had lunch here.
Yes.
Do you want back?
That thing is, that all y'all had for lunch?
I'm okay.
Tab 14. Mr. McVeigh.
Yes, Ms. Miller,
You are sleeping.
it's close to past my map, you old people have to.
Commissioners, you know, some of the perils we've had with solid waste here as of late. And you can see that reflected in this upcoming year's budget request. I think you're going to see the major increases in the budget are your hauling and tipping fees. I will point out that there are special funds within solid waste like scrap tire and white goods that the money that we receive from the state can only be used in certain ways and for certain things. Scrap tire and white goods are household appliances, washers, dryers, TVs, things of that nature. Your scrap tire is exactly what it means, it's scrap tire. And we've been able to buy a lot of equipment with scrap tire and white goods money simply because that's the way we handle these goods, whether they're scrap tires or appliances. We have a Pac Mac that we've been able to purchase. I think we purchased it before you arrived. And allows us to dispose of, clean up scrap tire, dump illegal dumps that are on the side of the road. You can just reach over and pick them up, bring them back and drop them in the thing. I guess the most recent piece of equipment that was bought with these restricted funds is a Bobcat. And we received the Bobcat here not too awfully long ago. And it was bought with scrap tire money? Yes. Okay. So we've been able to buy it. Now, we'll use these things occasionally for other uses, but we were able to buy the Bobcat with scrap tire money. Those are monies we receive from the state. If you don't use those monies when the state gives them to you, the next year, you don't get as much of that money given to you by the state. So it's one of those deals where you kind of use it or lose it. So I think our solid waste director has done a fairly good job of utilizing that money. Having said that, the increases you see are in basically hauling and tipping fees. We're happy to answer any questions you have about the solid waste management fund. We're happy to answer any questions you have. I will tell you straight off the bat though, and I think this'll be your major point of discussion, is you're looking at going to $107, $108 for your solid waste disposal fee. From 60. You raised it $1 last year.
$105
for residential. And you had discussed, that'll cover your expenses. You discussed about wanting to build the reserve in solid waste fund balance again.
60 to 105.
To 100. 105 will cover your expenses. To build the reserve like you want. You're going to need it at 108, 109, 110 dollars. Now, I see a grimace on the face or two, and I know that's a large increase. However, I've asked our solid waste director to see what the surrounding counties pay as far as their solid waste fees go. Can you give us that information?
Orange County pays $142 a year. Ashe County, which is a county, kind of like our population, and they also run the same system we do. They pay $150 a year. Some of the other counties, Granville charges $86, and then another $26 is what they currently charge, but they're going to $91 plus the $25 extra charge. So that's about $106 in Granville County, 116 that Granville County is requesting to put their solid waste tax to this year.
So, when we're looking at 110, we're still, I won't say a lot cheaper, but we're still cheaper than like-sized counties and even some of our neighboring counties. Do you have Rockingham and Person? Or do they operate different systems?
Rockingham never responded back. Person County is all private. If you live in Person County, you have to privatize your own trash with whoever, or go to the landfill and pay a tipping fee for one bag of trash.
Well, what we got in trouble was the other year, we cut it too low. And that just squeezed the funds.
When we've done that, when we've done that tax hike, that
Yeah.
was justified. It was low.
So but that shows up on personal property tax. It was $60, 110. So the people that were saying we increased taxes last year, from $59 to $60, my taxes went up $1.
Yeah, it's interesting, that a lot of people have that, conception, or perception, excuse me. The reason being is the solid waste fee is exactly that, it's not a fee. Or it is a fee, it's not a tax. And there's a large differentiation in the way that has to be applied and even collected for that matter. There's certain statutory authority given to tax collections that are not given to fee collections. So having said that, it's not a tax, it is truly a fee. It just happens to be collected by our tax department.
It was merely a comment. It also covers the operation of the convenience centers and everything else.
Sure.
So, still hard.
I checked with First Piedmont a couple of years ago on privatized what they would charge me as a senior citizen to come by and pick up my trash. And I think the best I figured it out is about $300 a month.
So currently $300 a month.
$300 a month?
How much a month? David, how much?
What do you have?
So,
I don't have.
First Piedmont, if you would privatize with them, and I use the resident kind of centrally located with a Yancey address, is $86.26 a month per week. That's one container, so it's $345 a year.
Right, that's what I meant. I didn't.
And that's just one container.
One container a week?
Yes, sir. And that does not include recycling. That's just your MSW, your garbage.
So are there any other questions about the solid waste budget?
I believe, what does it have for capital outlay?
Yes, in capital outlay, there's the board approved, I think the board's approved a truck for about 3 years in a row. And bless his heart, AJ has never got a truck. So he's asking for a truck again. The truck you got now has how many thousand miles on it?
Right around 240,000.
The van's got about 280 on it.
Yes, sir.
So,
He
and
needs a truck.
he does.
You gonna do a utility body on it, or you gonna stack all the correct stuff on it?
I would like a utility body to be more efficient for us.
So Commissioner Hall, you had a question?
Yes, I was trying to look at the revenues for recycling and making sure that I was looking at the right place. Recycling, convenience sites, 0, appliances, $8,000. Is there another, or is that revenue? That's what I want to make sure.
Yes, you're looking on the revenue sheet.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Now, is that all of the recycling fees that we collect? The $8,000?
That's for our, that is selling of the appliances like the white goods and any metal that we take in. That's where that $8,000 comes from.
That's what I mean, is that all?
Yes, sir.
Seems a bit low to me.
As a matter of fact, it's gonna start costing us much more to deal with our recycling than it has in the past. At this past year, recycling, we were charged how much a load?
We were charged $25 a load.
To get rid of it.
Correct, and that's about 3 tons. Now I'm charged, oh, sorry.
And now we're going to be charged $300 per ton
More load is $100 per ton,
to get rid of it.
and I have to take it to Greensboro. It's the closest place I can get, Person County.
There's no money in recycling, unfortunately.
There's a little bit. How many staff people you have?
Counting myself,
Yes.
3.
May not have enough staff, but, and this is something that needs to be looked at, I suppose. We shouldn't be paying anybody to take out recycling. They should be paying us. If you look at what in the metals, copper, $2 a pound. Aluminum, 45 cents a pound. Bronze, $1 a pound. And some other metals you can name. If that stuff is sorted, we shouldn't pay it back. At the minimum, they should take it or pay us.
We can certainly look at a cost
Well, and I'll tell you-
analysis on,
Only reason I'm saying this, and I know this, I got 2 junk storage stations. So every time I throw away something in the shed, I go out there and I throw it in there. Once or twice a year, I go out there and I start taking it out. Something as simple as an electric fan, got an electric motor in it. Take that little motor out, put it in a bucket, 18 cents a pound. Cut the aluminum off, 40-some cents a pound. And God help if you got some copper in anything. $2 a pound is a lot of money.
here again, we're happy to take a look at it, bring some options back.
Option 7.
Good deal. You were wanting some extra people anyway.
You've got to sort it, and then you've got to transport. Somebody has to transport it.
Right. You don't have to transport it all the way to Greensboro. This I know.
I'm just saying, there's
Yeah.
costs associated with
Right.
both of those activities.
Old radiators,
I'm sorry.
radiators out of cars and stuff that people might throw in.
Yeah,
Call them
electric
some-
cars don't need radiators.
Well, the problem, part of the problem is, it's just like when we had the recycling up on all road. When the metal is high, any kind of metal, people are gonna keep, pile up, carry to, when it gets low, the metal that's low, they're not gonna fool with, they'll just throw it in the dump or whatever, but the copper and those items that are higher priced, they still hold on to most of that and carry that themselves, is what I've noticed in our area. guys I've talked with, but,
And I'll tell you,
all I read about recycling now is recycling is really on a downward trend as far as being any type of producer of income.
they're having a problem now in Burlington and Greensboro, people cutting these catalytic converters out.
Oh, yeah. But we will certainly have the county manager look and research and see what we can, see if it's in something better.
So if we're gonna be vilified for raising the fee, let's go, what's another $5?
Let's see the citizens this year.
And I'll pay yours.
Witnesses.
I'll pay your $5.
Well, you want to have enough come in, you know, where you get a little ahead.
That's what I'm saying, so take it.
Well, you have about 90.
He's gonna get another badge here, instead of 105, make it 110. Well, if we're gonna get whacked, we might as well get whacked good.
Well, so you have about 9,500 households that pay the solid waste fee. So for every dollar you go over 105, you're looking at picking up $9,500 a year. So, realistically, you would look at picking up about $40,000, no, $50,000.
You eat an elephant, one bite at a time. We build a fund, $40,000 at a time.
I'm sorry, my back sciatic nerves. Are there any other questions for solid waste?
What kind of figure you put on that, so you really saw that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Well, it could be a combination. I say, how much putting on household for solid?
Nobody tell me if you got it.
The fee, between $105 and $110.
Okay,
That do something, they came back.
Based on what we think the expenses are gonna be, that's gonna be how much it's gonna cost to cover the expenses.
Yeah, but that ain't gonna fly good. In my home.
And so the option is, as always, either we increase that fee to cover expenses, or we increase the fee whatever we want to, and then we have to cover the rest of it out of fund balance.
I don't think we need to do that. I think we need to, like Steve said, we need to go ahead and set them out for it to be
A lot of money
self-supporting,
for one shot.
you know, at one shot. That's what I'd rather do.
A lot of folks told us about that.
Well,
We'll bring as much as mine. Do we have, this is really kind of off the wall, do we have any space available in that landfill over there? Is it full back in there?
We don't put anything on our
I know you don't, but my question is it all capped off? Is it full? Is there no?
We don't have the ability to put anything on top of our.
That's not my question. My question is the landfill, the dirt part on the backside, is it full? Is it 100% full? Where you could not go in there, lack of a better word, dig a hole, put anything in? Is it full?
Well, I don't know what because you can always dig a hole. and put
No.
something in.
Mr.
Manager.
Yes, sir.
Let me rephrase this
Please
question.
rephrase it.
Not is it full? Can we legally reopen our landfill?
Absolutely not.
It was shut down.
No, you're seeing, So we might as well go ahead and talk about Ed now. So, we're already seeing, many of you may remember, we had, Ed Henricus from SNME come 2 years ago and suggest we put an additional well, right?
Right.
And that well was supposed to help us capture data that proved that some contaminants were being delineated by nature over a span of so many feet. Well, that well didn't work. It did not prove that it delineated whatever. So, now the state is going to require us to go to 2 additional wells before we hit the creek, right?
One on each side.
Okay, one on each side. And try to help determine whether or not Mother Nature is delineating deeper, right?
Yes, sir.
Before we get to certain points. So having said that, it's gonna cost us about $50,000 to do that all told, to dig the wells, to do the report, to put it in the driveway, so on and so forth. So, we're looking at $110. And if you wanna build it, you're looking at $115. That's why I said 110.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
How long ago has that landfill, when was it shut down?
I don't know the exact date, it was in the 90s sometime.
In the about 94, 95. But if the state says you dig a well, you dig a well.
I'm not disputing that. I just wanted to know how long it had been actually.
It's been a good 16 years. Did I answer your question?
I guess you did. If it's been closed for 16 years and there's no available space in that landfill at all, it's full.
That's not the answer. As I recall, the answer was, we cannot put anything more in the.
That's right.
Period.
Not full. Exactly.
Whether you dig a hole, whether you
Whether it's full
stack
or
it,
not, you can't put
you
it
can't
in.
put anything.
So if it's not full,
State's not gonna allow you to.
It might be looking at us, taking a look at a firm to come around our household and pick up the waste. You talk about $100-some.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's $35.
Well, I think it's gonna cost about, to go around and pick up the waste, I think he said it was gonna be $350 a household to do that.
You don't pay that, Jeremiah.
For one,
You don't pay
I'm
that.
already paying it,
No,
I ain't
I
taking
don't
off the
pay that.
tax, I ain't never wanted to tell them, take it off and pay it, my wife been paying the last 4 years.
are there any other questions for our solid waste director?
we might as well have something.
Thank you, AJ.
Yeah.
So if we could, you feel like doing a closed session?
Yeah, we're here.
I would.
Yeah,
It won't take long.
It won't take long, it'll be short and sweet. Thank you, AJ.
Is it okay if I actually say?
Yeah, she's gonna fix me something to eat in a minute.
Okay.